Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Ryan Culp. I am the Senior Director of Content and Community here with Brand Innovators, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be coming to you live from Jersey City, New Jersey, where it is currently a little rainy and a little cloudy, and some thunderstorms might be heard in the background as I'm going to be moving through my opening remarks. Now, today we've got an amazing event, which is all focused on marketing innovation. Now, today is super incredible and really special, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here. And I want to give a huge thank you to all of our speakers for taking the time to be here live with us today. I want to give a huge thank you to all of our sponsors for helping making this day a possibility. And I want to give everyone at home watching from your couch, from your office, from wherever you might be, I want to say thank you for taking the time to be here to listen and view our content with us today. So we've got a ton of great marketers, and I don't want to hesitate. I want to jump right into our first session, but do want to set the stage here and let you know that we do have Nike, Air Jordan, Dash Hudson, Church's Chicken, GSTV, Cloudinary, Viacom CBS, Focus Brands, Barstool Sports, and a ton of other great companies here with us today. And I want to remind everyone that we are live, so you can use that live Q&A widget in that chat box down at the bottom of your screen there to ask your questions at the end of each session. We're going to make sure we get to as many of them as we possibly can. And don't be shy. Use that chat widget. Tell us where you're from. Maybe you're also in Jersey City or the New York State. Let me know. We'd love to know where you're viewing from. And to all of our listeners at home, please use that time, or please use that chat window to connect with other members in our audience. Now, to kick off our live cast, I would like to introduce and bring to our virtual stage we have two amazing speakers here with us today. For this, our first speaker is going to be Maria Civitade, the global manager with Nike, and also our moderator for this session, Marie LaFrance, the VP of Strategy with Dash Hudson. So let's do this. Let's bring them both to our virtual stage. I can see them both here right now. How are we doing today?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
I am doing well. I'm on my second cup of coffee, so I'm fueled up and ready to kick off this amazing event. But would love to turn our virtual stage over to the two of you at this point in time. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great.
Cool. So I'll see you in 40 minutes. And let's jump into our first session, everyone.
Thank you, Brian. Guys, I can't get my special background up, but at least I'm in a green room. So how are you, Maria?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, okay, I can hear you great.
Wonderful. I got a little chat asking if my mic was on, so I want to make sure we don't start with any technical difficulties this morning.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, it's not a weekday without a technical difficulty.
Exactly. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great. Thank you, everybody who's joining for our chat. Maria and I have a lot to talk about. I'm a big Jordan fan, so it's a real honor for me to get to speak with Maria about what fuels her major success for the brand. So I'm just going to jump in. Does that sound good?
Let's do it.
So Maria, tell us about you and your background and how you came into this role as the global manager of Jordan Brand for Nike, which is like a dream job.
It's a pretty special place to be. I will not deny that. I am actually a small town kid. And when I used to say where I was from, people kind of look back at me with this blank stare. And then this show came out on Netflix called Ozark. And suddenly everybody wanted to talk about where I was from, which was quite the unexpected turn of events, I think, for all of us who are from there. But I grew up, our family business was a restaurant, not that different from the one in the show, although I will say it was significantly less exciting. But that's where, at a young age, I started working in the family business, and I built my foundational understanding of hard work and accountability and kindness and compassion. My mom ran the back of the house, and she was up every single morning prepping for the day. And then she stayed until the floors were mopped and the restaurant closed at night. And then my dad, who everybody called Coach, had this really incredible talent for seeing people's potential and helping them really tap into that. He took chances on a lot of kids who didn't otherwise have a lot going on. And those are the skills that I have really tapped into, the skills that got me through my undergraduate degree, at the University of Missouri. That helped me get my first job at a digital ad agency, and the things that really took me to where I am today. So growing up, I didn't have a lot of resources or connections to get to where I am, but those skills and those foundational traits are really what got me here.
We are a restaurant family as well. My husband is a restaurateur. Yeah. And I came up in the publishing world, and I used to tell everybody two things. One, I learned everything I need to know about sales and marketing from being a bartender.
Yes.
Right?
There.
How do you entertain a whole room of people and keep them engaged with you and get them to pay you? That's marketing. And always take a chance on somebody from the hospitality industry, right?
Absolutely.
I think you learn so many skills from doing that work that, I think everybody who's on this call right now is probably in the middle of trying to hire somebody. We know what the workforce is like right now. Take a chance on somebody from hospitality because they have the skills.
Oh, could not agree more. And those skills are the real life skills that you just can't teach people. I think there's so much value in that.
So tell me about what it's like to work at Jordan Brand. I mean, it's such an iconic brand that has managed to traverse that space between like legacy and continued relevance, I guess I would say. Tell me about that.
I mean, it's a privilege, like period, full stop. I I had this moment last week when I was driving to campus, and it just hit me. I was like, holy shit, this is my job. I work here. And that's really humbling. And, there are a couple of things that I really, really love about working in a brand like this, at a company like this. And you kind of nailed it. We're really always thinking about what's next. And the thing that I love is that I'm constantly learning and growing and being challenged to think differently and made to feel uncomfortable. And as I'm saying this out loud, I'm also realizing I don't love being uncomfortable all the time. It's a little bit more of a hindsight love, but that just idea of being able to experiment and try new things and take risks is super special. And then the other thing is, there's something to be said about working in a brand that people really love. I worked in telco for a bit, and I will tell you, people are not flocking to the internet to talk about how much they love their cell phone providers. So to be a part of a brand that really means something to people, a brand that is a part of their personal identity and shapes the way that they see themselves. I mean, it's a marketer's dream, and it unlocks so much potential for us because we don't have to be reactive. We can push boundaries, and we get to try new things, and it's a really inspiring place to work.
I want to dive into that a little bit about risk taking and trying new things, because it's something, at Dash Hudson, we provide analytics to all of these different companies in beauty, fashion, retail, CPG, food. And one of the biggest pieces of advice that I find myself giving to our partners at brands is get more comfortable with risk taking, right? Things are always going to be changing. And I think the younger generation, I was young recently, I'm not anymore. The way they communicate in the new spaces, right? Like TikTok in particular, I think there's a certain level of comfort with risk taking, right?
Sure. Yeah, agree.
There's I think people expect some experimentation. So I'd love if you have a story or an example of a way you were able to, whether it's encourage your team to take a risk or a story about how you did take a risk and whether or not it paid off. I think that's useful for fellow marketers to hear.
Sure. Yeah. I was listening to this incredible podcast that a friend of mine sent, all about the idea of, negotiation. And he talks a lot about risk in that. And he talks about building up your risk resilience. And a practice that he uses is asking for things that he really shouldn't get. So the example is he meets one of his mentees for coffee. I think it's his birthday, and the barista's like, oh, you get a free pastry. And he's like, oh, well, can I have one for my mentee? And the barista's like, I don't know. Like, I probably need to ask my manager. It's like, okay, go ask. He doesn't need or deserve or have any reason to have this free coffee or pastry for his mentee, but he practices those moments to build up resilience. And I don't think that we often think about risk in that way, but the more comfortable we become with trying things and experimenting and seeing what happens in every aspect of our life, the easier it gets in our work. And something that came to mind in my recent experience is when we all started working from home, we're all hit with this idea of how do we connect with people? How do we create marketing with meaning? And we, had this beautiful opportunity around the Last Dance to bring the sneaker community together. And so we stood up an Instagram live show. And we did it quickly, and we weren't really sure if it would work or how people would react or if they would be engaged. But we felt like it was a great opportunity to try, because culturally everybody was kind of trying new things to connect with their friends, to connect with their family. And as marketers, our job is really to create moments of human connection. So we leaned into that. We gave it a shot, and it performed really well for us. We definitely learned a lot about back-end technical production. And we had some moments that were pretty stressful when things just weren't working as we're trying to go live. But all in all, when I think back on it, all of those things that I was so worried about and so stressed out about feel really insignificant now. And I think that perspective is helpful for us. What's the real impact of something if it doesn't go that well? And of course, there are real risks and things that we do, and I'm not trying to downplay that. But just having a little bit of perspective of the scale and the reality of that risk, I think, is helpful.
I'm interested to hear how you measure success in general, but we can keep talking about that example. Like, how did you measure the success of that Instagram Live execution? And is there a way that you measure success across all of your initiatives, or does it change?
Sure. Yeah, great question. It does change, of course, because most initiatives have different objectives. And so we are really building our plans based on those objectives and measuring success against them. I will be the first to admit it was difficult to measure success because we hadn't done anything like that before. So there was no real benchmark for us. But as we progressed through the show and as we progressed through those live streams, we started to build a benchmark and understand how things were performing along the way. And in those moments, of course, we're looking at our engagement, viewership, peak concurrent viewers, the total amount of time that people were spending with us to get a sense for what was bringing people in and how long they were staying. And to kind of go back to your original question, it absolutely varies because engagement might not always be the key metric. And something that we really push our team to think about is, what is that meaningful metric? Not, I see a lot of marketers sometimes looking for that big stat, like first ever something or the other, or highest engagement in X, Y, and Z. And that certainly can be powerful if it's leading to your ultimate goal and your ultimate objective. So we really try to push for meaningful KPIs too, that dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, and using the KPIs themselves for learnings, right? Yes. Like, I love what you said about, like, okay, so we saw that there was engagement during this time. What can we get out of that? Like, that's not the end of the story, right?
No, certainly not. And that was something really beautiful about that experience, is we were building week over week. So we could really take things and sort of immediately apply those optimizations as we moved on to the next. And that's something that I really value about the team I'm on now, is we are really focused on a test and learn mindset. And it's so empowering because you feel confident in progress. Each iteration feels like you're getting better and better and better along the way. And you're also empowered when you have a misstep, because you can quickly say, like, oh, we need to pivot into something else. And you can do that without much of a lag.
Yeah, it's creating an environment of psychological safety too, right?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
I mean, when we met each other, we talked about being a woman in marketing, right? And how important that is. What's it like being a woman at Jordan Brand?
It's a beautiful, beautiful time to be at the brand. I feel so fortunate in my overall career journey because I've had so many amazing female managers and mentors. I think we might have talked about this when we connected, but I had this manager who once told me she would let me fail, but never fail big. And it was really incredible to know that she had my back, but she also wasn't going to be in the weeds. She was really going to kind of let me do my thing and learn and grow. And, you know, working in sports is of course challenging. Working in corporate America is challenging. It's a male dominated space, full stop. But I do feel really privileged to have had some incredible mentors, some male allies, and people who have helped push and guide me along the way. And in Jordan Brand, like, we're really focused on advancing equity for women, and to be a part of that and to have a seat at the table for that, it's a dream to be able to really say my job is to help provide a platform for women to feel seen and to feel heard. Like, gosh, it makes you really want to go to work every day.
I totally agree. It's a privilege to be where we are right now, and at this very time and space, right, where we can actually do this stuff. Okay, well, this is supposed to be about marketing innovation, so let me try. Let's talk about marketing innovation, but I think we can make a good transition here. Let me try. So we know that there's a burgeoning, not even burgeoning anymore. There's a new market for sneakers, right? Whether it's cross-generational or, you know, different genders buying into sneakers. So I want to hear about how you're able to market to new consumer segments and what you guys are doing to try and expand that.
Yeah, I mean, it has been absolutely incredible to just watch how sneaker culture has evolved over time. It started really niche and sort of this like rebel mindset, sort of underground, like if you know, you know, and now it's so pervasive in everything that we do and everywhere that we go. And when we think about our audience and how we tap into that, we've got, you know, people who have been with us from the very, very start, the OGs who know the history of the brand, quite frankly, better than sometimes we do. And then you have maybe a more casual sneaker enthusiast who's just starting out, or who got into sneakers because, you know, they saw somebody like Travis Scott or Billie Eilish wearing sneakers. And so for us, we are really focused on how do we create moments of connection, regardless of where you are in your sneaker journey. You know, if you've got a deep stack and a huge collection, or if you've got one or two pairs, your knowledge about the space is different. The things that get you excited are different. And as a newbie, the history and the heritage might feel really sort of overwhelming. It's fascinating. Something we talk about a lot is the fact that the younger generation wasn't alive to see MJ play. And I definitely feel what you said earlier, like, yeah, I was young once, but that idea in and of itself creates a really beautiful opportunity for us to say, okay, then what matters? Because this younger generation is signaling to us that they like sneakers, they're interested in sneaker culture, but how do we connect with them? And those are some of the ongoing tests and pilots that we're exploring too, to figure out what really matters to people.
I just think that's a great point. What matters to the audience is actually the most important thing.
Oh, absolutely.
In terms of how you're communicating your storytelling, are there any sort of formats or channels or anything new that you're excited about that you're testing now?
There are a whole host of different platforms that we're looking at, and my role currently is really focused on our sneakers app and neighborhood. And so something that we rolled out, I guess it was right around this time last year, is a capability called Sneakers Live. And there are so many robust engagement opportunities that we're testing there and figuring out how do we create more of a two-way dialogue between our brand and the community. So that's something that I get really excited about. I see so much potential and opportunity there. And then of course, my counterparts across the marketing team are exploring all kinds of new and emerging platforms, and really trying to understand where we can make the biggest impact. I think, you know, something that's really challenging as a marketer is this pressure to be everywhere all the time. And we're not staffed for that, and we're not resourced for that. And sometimes we don't need to be everywhere at all times. And so I feel very grateful to have a full marketing team around me and being able to work with them and assess, okay, where can we as a team lean in? Where is our audience? Where are they spending their time? How are they spending their time? and then collectively come back with a point of view of where we can win and where we can really connect.
And it's okay to say no
Oh,
sometimes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think there's just so many, even within, first of all, we're kind of all at the mercy of the platforms, right? And then they keep launching new functionality, and it's really, it can feel extremely overwhelming, and it gets super complex as a marketer for where you're going to show up. And I think
Absolutely.
going back to marketing 101, understanding your audience and what your story is will filter out all that noise. Like, sure, testing and learning is important. Try making a reel, see if it works for you, but you don't have to be everywhere all the time.
Oh, couldn't agree more. And, you know, there's so much value in platforms that have scale, and there's also a lot of value in those more niche platforms. And if you're sitting on a small brand right now and you're thinking to yourself, I don't have the resources to go out and explore all of these new platforms and activate on them, I think something that can help you fuel your strategy is just being there to listen, understanding how people are talking about your brand in Reddit forums or on Discord or any of those other more niche platforms can fuel the rest of your marketing strategy. You don't have to be active everywhere, but if you can find the places where your community is really active and listen and lean in, you can use those insights to fuel some of the places where you and your brand can make more of an impact.
Yeah, I think people forget. I mean, there's a lot of talk about quote unquote social listening. And sometimes to me, that doesn't feel like actually listening. Like you, right? Like, yes, you could, sure, you get like a word cloud or something, but like you really need to read the Reddit thread, really read it.
I mean, when you are in a good headspace and you're ready for what the internet's going to throw at you, yes, absolutely.
You have to. It's like, just do it in the evening, have a drink, like whatever you need to do to get through it. But like that, there's always going to be, to me, like a human element to listening and communicating with people. And we can build tools. I mean, we're always, gosh, I've been thinking about how we're building those tools. And like, at the end of the day, it's about making it easier for you to take in that information, but you still have to take it in. It's never going to be fully automated. Otherwise, that's just not the work, I think.
I couldn't agree more. And that listening really grounds us as marketers. You know, we get thrown a ton of information. We're put under a lot of pressure. We are constantly obsessing our brand, and sometimes it can be difficult to stay connected to the real world. And so that listening really grounds you in what's happening out there, and it can validate and, you know, prove your hypotheses, or it can disprove them, and give you new spaces and things to explore and test. So there's so much value that you can gain from that listening.
And talk about like something that the sneaker category does so well is building community through listening, I think.
I mean, I think I have to give a ton of credit to the community. You know, they're doing it themselves. They're the ones who are really the driving force of culture in a lot of ways. And that's what I love about some, you know, platforms that are emerging and gaining momentum, is they're really giving power back to the communities. They're democratizing influence and access. And so the communities that are creating culture actually have platforms where they can be heard. They're empowered to tell their stories and inspire others. And that's such a powerful thing that happens without us as a brand involving ourselves. And I just love that is sort of becoming more mainstream now. And it's also bringing some of that realness back to social media. You know, it's pulling back this veil and this idea of doing something for the gram that's been so pervasive in our culture, and creating a little bit more realness. And it's just so refreshing to see real people talking about their real lives, and having that all come together on these community platforms is really beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think, God, doing it for the gram is so, it's so pervasive, and it's unhealthy, frankly. When you start thinking about your day and like, how would this translate in Instagram posts? Like it's a big mindset shift, I think. And I work with a lot of like luxury and big, you know, corporate brands who, I think there's still a lot of fear of democratization in that way, right? Like actually giving a voice to the audience instead of just finding the perfect creator to make your thing. Like it talk about risk taking, right?
Mhm.
Like I see a lot of luxury brands trying to take from sneaker culture just by doing collabs and opening up pop-ups, but really what you're getting at the heart of the culture is the community leading the conversation.
Absolutely.
And this
Mhm.
top-down communication, that's the big change in social media that's brought to the landscape as a marketer.
Yeah, it is. And it is scary, of course, because we as human beings feel much more comfortable when we're in control. And that's not a marketing thing, that's a human thing. And so to hand over control and trust, especially to someone maybe that you don't know, of course that's scary, that's natural. I don't think that anybody should feel shame for having those sort of reservations. But I would also challenge us to have a little bit more faith in people. It's been a really hard 18 months, and I know that we've all felt challenged by, we've had our faith in humanity challenged at times, to say the least. And I do think that there is still beauty out there, and there are still incredible people. And if we put a little bit of faith back into those people, it can be really powerful.
I couldn't agree more. I knew this was going to be a great conversation. I do want to do a shout out to the Q&A. If anybody has any questions, you can start popping them in. There's a great one sitting in there that goes back to something we were talking about earlier from an anonymous attendee, but I wish you'd put your name on it because it's a great question. So we're going to keep talking, but if you have any questions, please start popping them into the Q&A and we'll answer them. But a great question from Maria. What are some of the best things male allies can do?
Oh gosh, thank you so much for asking that question. First of
Right.
all, I really appreciate that. Whomever you are, definitely feel empowered to attach your name to that. It's a really important question. There are so many things, but I think, first and foremost, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is the idea of listening. Everyone's experience is different, and what I think we'll find at times when we listen is that we have a lot in common as well. So I have always felt so appreciative of my male allies who have listened and then who have helped speak up in those moments where maybe I couldn't. If you're in a room and you have an idea and that idea gets picked up by somebody else and that other person gets a lot of credit and excitement for that idea. I've had great allies who have said like, hey, yes, and thank you, Maria, for starting that conversation. I love where that's taking us. I think that there are just so many things, but that listening is really where I think we all need to start as an ally, regardless of gender.
Agreed. And making space, I think, is also too, in those settings, just taking a pause and making sure. Are you finished with your thought? Were you able to contribute? Just a small extra space can really yield a lot, and it's all good for business, right? The more voices in the room, the more actual diversity of opinions you have, the further your business goes.
Yes, definitely. And the more empowered your teammates and employees are to bring their whole selves to work, the better the work will be for it.
Yeah. I think about psychological safety all the time. And if it's a new term to anybody, just do a quick Google. It's really pretty impressive. And I think that goes across any sort of conversation about diverse opinions in the workplace and being able to bring your own self to work. Making everyone feel safe to contribute. It's all business imperative, actually.
Yes, it truly is.
Yeah, put dollar signs behind it. Oh, another good question. Oh my goodness. All these anonymous good questions. I'm not even going to read my questions because the questions being submitted by the audience are so much better than what we had on our list. So Maria, what's the biggest thing you want to do for the brand in the future?
Oh my goodness. That's a great question as well.
Oh.
I talked about it a little bit earlier, but kind of just doubling down on the idea of creating a more inclusive culture around sneakers, specifically when it comes to women and people of color. That to me is imperative because those groups have really been driving the culture forward, like we talked about. and creating those safe spaces and elevating those voices. That's something that is deeply important to me personally in the work that I do. And also, I think, really important for the longevity of this culture and this brand.
Cool.
I love it.
Great
Cloud's coming with some great ones today.
I know, I'm very into it. So we kind of talked about measuring success, but what are the most important things to you in terms of making strategic decisions? Is there any sort of data that you use over something else? And how do you really like build a success? Again, this is such a big question. How do you build a successful omni-channel strategy? Go.
Yes, huge question, huge question. I think there are really two key pieces to it. One, if we're talking about building an omni-channel strategy, it really starts with the team that's building that strategy. And I don't think there's a right way per se, or necessarily a wrong way to staff your team. I've worked in organizations where I've been a holistic digital strategist looking across multiple platforms. In my role now, I have a really sharp focus. And again, I don't think that one is necessarily better or worse than the other. I think there are really great ways to work in both, but your team internally really does have to be set up and structured in a way that you can create an omnichannel plan, because omnichannel is really, kind of defined as something that is seamless. And if your internal team isn't seamless, your consumer is going to feel that as well. So that's a big piece of it. And then I'd say the second thing is really grounding yourself in a consumer-centric mindset and putting your customers, your members at the center of that, and looking across your channels and saying, okay, where are our consumers showing up? What do they need? What gaps can we fill? And then building your plan around that. If you're lacking that sort of consumer focus, it can become a slippery slope where you're marketing to marketers or you're marketing to your C-suite. And I've seen other brands in different places struggle a lot with that. So bringing that consumer data, those consumer insights, and really grounding yourself there first is absolutely critical to making that strategy come to life.
So what about your team structure works really well for you?
Oh gosh, I just feel so incredibly lucky to work with the team that I do. It has been, challenging for us because we've infused a lot of new folks into the brand, but they've really stepped in and stepped up and embraced their roles. There are so many brave people who are willing to ask questions and really seek to understand before they seek to be understood. And that idea is extremely powerful, and makes our teams work really well together. And I think another beautiful thing is when we all come together, we come as the experts in our space, with a curiosity too, to understand what we might be missing, or where we could potentially think about those spaces in new and different ways. So everybody's coming to the table with different backgrounds and different experiences, and all of those things are valid. So I have to catch myself because I spent a lot of time working in social media, and sometimes I'll default to that and bring those thoughts to the table, but taking a minute to pause and say, hey, this is your space now, it's not mine. Let me know what you think is the best way. Have we maybe explored these things, thought about these ways of working? And having that kind of dialogue and that trust with each other is critical. It's something that I think our team does really well.
Cool. Yeah, that's a great answer. We have another good question in the chat. And this is about influencer marketing.
Okay.
So with the recognition of the Jordan brand, do you think any kind of influencer marketing or even micro influencer marketing is necessary? And this dovetails into part of your role as really getting into the local shops, right? So tell us, one, to answer the question about influencer marketing, and then let's talk about sort of micro influencers and targeting in that way.
Yeah, we have an incredibly talented entertainment marketing team in Jordan Brand, and that is just an art that I will be the first to admit I am not an expert in. But they have done such an incredible job over the course of this brand's existence of finding the right moments and times to authentically bring the brand to the forefront in some of the biggest stages. I think about the Super Bowl last year and what an incredible moment that was. And then to your question about, kind of scaling down into our neighborhood partners and some of those more micro influencers, they are the drumbeat of the community. That's where the, kids who are hopping into sneaker shops or the OGs who see those shops as their community spaces, that's where they're really spending their time and their energy. And of course, that has massive influence. So the number one thing I always say is like, it has to be authentic. We talk about that all the time. If we are going to partner with someone, they have to have an authentic connection to sneaker culture and to the Jordan brand, because otherwise people are so smart these days. Marketing is not sneaky or tricky, nor should it be. And so rooting any kind of partnerships and that idea of authenticity is where we have to start.
How do you know? Right?
Yeah. If you know, and that's why I say, like, I'm so fortunate to have a team that is really skilled in this space. It's not my skill set at all. There are other things that I bring to the table. And so I lean on those teammates who are really either ingrained in their local communities and know who those micro influencers are, or my entertainment marketing team. They're pros at this stuff. And I have no problem saying that I'm not, because to say that I am would just be putting myself in a space where I won't succeed and undercutting the value that they bring to the table.
That's great answer. And thank you, RA, to this crowd for asking such good questions. This is a hard one. Can you tell us, I know, so, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Can you tell us about any future products coming that are totally under wraps? So we have a sneakerhead in the crew.
I absolutely wish I could. I get so excited about some of the things that are on the forefront for this brand. I cannot. I wish I could. But of course, we have to keep those tightly wrapped, like you mentioned. So unfortunately, no secrets to be spilled here. But just be on the lookout for some great things coming.
Can we talk about Space Jam?
We can. We absolutely can.
Did the new one have an impact at Jordan Brand?
Our teammates on the Nike basketball side really drove that strategy forward in partnership with the film and LeBron. So I'll be the first to admit I wasn't as close to that work. But I definitely just love that nostalgia is back. I love to see some of those titles that were so big when we were kids coming around again. And I love the debate around the films and just all the cultural conversation that comes along with us. So for us in Jordan Brand, we really felt the impact of The Last Dance. And then I know our friends on the Nike basketball side were really able to have a lot of fun and do some great work around Space Jam.
Yeah, I think it's what's interesting is you're able to tap into these moments. One, because you're a brand with longevity, and Jordan Brand's been around for a while. But two, it goes back to what we were saying about listening and being ready for when something launches. Because I think you told me that The Last Dance came out faster than you expected, right?
It did, yeah. They came a few months earlier than any of us had planned for. Which is, months is a lot of time in the marketing world.
Months is a lot. And I think the thing that resonates there for me is what a lot of our brand partners are seeing on TikTok now, right? A trend will come up today and you have to make a choice whether you're going to participate in it or not. And if you wait too long, it's gone. You kind of miss it. So I think those moment by moment choices are happening for a lot of marketers right now.
Oh,
and it's about, going back to what you said earlier, it's about listening to what the community is saying and really having experts on your team who understand what the context is and can validate that. and being unafraid to experiment with something that might be brand new and fat and fleeting and fast. It doesn't mean you have to jump on every single trend, right? But The Last Dance, I mean, of course it had an impact at Jordan Brand, but it came up a lot faster than you were prepared for.
Right. Yes, that list that you just went through is exactly right. The thing I would add to that is you have to know what your brand is, who your brand is, and what your brand stands for. There is definitely a difference in my mind between chasing a trend and testing and learning. And that distinction, I think, can really be rooted back in knowing where it makes sense for your brand to be. You don't have to be on TikTok if that platform doesn't make sense for your brand, if your audience isn't there. Don't try to force yourself into a platform and a place because you feel like you have to be. But if that is a space where your community is bringing your brand to life, know that, embrace that, lean into that, have fun with that. We don't have nearly enough fun as marketers. I always say it's shirts and shoes, and we should have fun with shirts and shoes. So the thing I would add to your list is just knowing what your brand stands for and where it makes sense. And then those fleeting moments are easier to make decisions around. Still tough, but a little bit easier.
That's a great point. I see Ryan is back, which means we are almost done. But I do have a request to share where people could find us and our companies on social media. So what are your handles, Maria?
You can find me, it's mcivitat at XO. Wow, almost forgot my handle there for a minute. On Instagram, feel free to hit me up on LinkedIn as well. Definitely be sure to follow Jordan Brand at Jumpman23. And yeah, if you have more questions, definitely hit me up. Happy to connect with folks and make time to talk about marketing and the landscape or sneaker culture, whatever's on your mind.
Yeah, thank you so much. If anybody cares about hearing from me, you probably don't. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm Marie LaFrance, and follow at @Hudson. And yeah, anybody wants to connect about social media strategy or social data or just young women in the industry, I'm always happy to have those conversations too.
Don't sell yourself short. You were amazing. It has been such a pleasure to share the stage with you. It's incredible to have a conversation with another female leader in the space. So thank you for navigating this conversation today.
Thank you. You did all the heavy lifting. I appreciate it so much.
All right, Ryan, was it back to you now?
Back to me, handing it off. I appreciate it, Maria. I appreciate it, Marie. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. Definitely hit to our audience, definitely hit up both Maria and Marie on social media and LinkedIn. Continue the conversations there. You can also continue the conversations in that chat window down below. We're going to be moving on to our next session. We're here at the top of the hour. It's 12 noon East Coast time, wherever you're at. I don't know what time it is, but the time is the next session here. So we've got Alan McGee, the VP of Digital Marketing and Technology, joining us from Church's Chicken. And to moderate this conversation, we've got Laura Bishop, the SVP of Client Partnerships with GSTV. They're going to be coming onto our virtual stage here in just a moment. It looks like we've got Laura on board. We've got Alan on board. How are we doing today, everybody?
Great. How's everybody doing?
Good. Loved hearing about Nike. My son just did his first homecoming, and that was the key part to his outfit were new Jordans. So they are doing well. They're reaching people that never saw him play. Very fun.
Cool. Well, we're going to be switching industries here, moving from, retail and apparel on over to some food. So it is lunchtime here over here, so I will be enjoying my lunch here. But Alan and Laura, I'd love to turn our virtual stage over to the two of you for our next conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ryan. Alan, good to see you. I'm so excited to talk with you today about one thing that I love, food, and specifically chicken and chicken sandwiches and chicken tenders and chicken wings. But no, it's really great to be able to have this conversation with you today and just talk to you about, everything from your journey to what Church's is doing and all of the ways that you guys have adapted during these kind of crazy times. So super excited to be here today and talk to you.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. But I enjoyed chatting with you the other day, and there's always such great content on these live casts. I'm a huge Jordan fan myself. I actually use Jordan Brand as an example in some of our brand docs a little bit, actually, to help describe things to people. So it was so fun to kind of hear that conversation leading into us.
And I wonder, do you have any Clemson colored Jordans? Because that's what you need to complete your all your collection back there.
Yeah, as you can see, I'm a Clemson guy. So my office is our former Clemson room, and Clemson is a Nike brand. No orange covered Jordans, but I do have a handful of Jordans in my collection that are worn frequently.
I love that. I love that. Well, let's talk a little bit about you. You've got a pretty interesting background, and it was fun when you and I were chatting. I did not realize we have a lot in common, but I think it would be really cool just to kind of start the conversation off with a little bit about your journey, and then how you got to this awesome position at Church's.
Yeah, happy. So I'll start from the way back. Undergrad in marketing at Clemson. Did a master's in advertising at University of Texas in Austin. Honestly thought I was going to start my own ad agency when I was about 22 and own it and run it for a long time. That's wow, this is hard work and a lot of work. So started in the ad world in Atlanta with my first gig at Gray Worldwide, and it was in telecom. And I was doing direct mail for Bell South, DSL, and dial-up. So sending out dial-up CDs to people, trying to get them on the $19.95 plan a month and bundle their home phone and their dial-up internet together. You know how far we've come now. So learned the advertising ropes there, and then made the first jump over into the brand side and moved over to Arby's Restaurant Group. Worked on product development, so developing products with research, with insights, with the culinary team, with sandwich, shakes, desserts, kids' meals, toys, all that kind of stuff. And then how do you test it, prove it out, roll it out, market it, and then took a little bit of a zig, and this really my career, I'd say, has very much been a zigzag. It's not been vertical in any which way, but zigged over to Intercontinental Hotels Group and hotel brand with, at that time, 12 different brands. Now I think they're up to 16 or 17. Had the opportunity to work on a number of different brands, from Holiday Inn to Crown Plaza to Hotel Indigo, Intercontinental, doing marketing to business travelers, helping run golf tournaments, doing global partnerships, working with sales teams. So developing new product and innovation for the hotel, designing hotel rooms and fitness centers. So a ton of very different things kind of zigzagging around inside of the IHG brands. And then we're back into the restaurant space and moved over to Focus Brands, another multi-brand organization. Led the marketing team for Moe's Southwest Grill. So for all your burrito lovers out there, worked on the Moe's team and oversaw calendar and product development, marketing, media, launching a loyalty platform, revamping how we approach our just entire digital ecosystem. And so it was at that point where I was really starting to lean very hard into digital. I had done a lot of digital at IHG, was spending majority of my time at Moe's on digital and saying, this is the stuff I really love to do. And there was an opportunity at Church's to come over and build out the digital marketing team and department, which really didn't exist before. And they said, we need someone to come over and help take us through a digital transformation, build out the team, build out the processes, build out the strategies. And there's not too often that you find a almost 70-year-old brand where you've got great product, you've got big distribution, and then you get to build from the ground up. And that's been my journey. So it's been very much a zigzag back and forth. Funny enough, though, my last 4 jobs have been in the same 1.2 square mile radius in Atlanta. So my commute has literally changed about 2 minutes every place I've been for the last 15 years.
And you know what? In Atlanta, that's actually an awesome thing, because I think the traffic in Atlanta is worse than LA. I have been stuck in Atlanta so much. I think I told you one of the last places I was before the shutdown was Atlanta. So kudos to you. I love that. That is, okay, so I think you, number one, it's awesome. You've had huge jobs everywhere, just being able to transform and figure things out. But number two, I just think it's just such a great place to be. It's such a timely, place with everything that's going on in the QSR world. I mean, I got stuck inside for a long time. I'm a mom. I don't want to cook anymore. And I know that we all kind of want to get out of the house and grab lunch. And then there's just a ton going on with how we had to change over the last, year. So can you share a little bit? You're building out this team, you're, working on digital transformation. Can you talk a little bit about how your team is structured? And then, just give us a shout out of like how everything works with your agencies.
Sure, happy to. At Churches, I say internally we're a small but very scrappy, very nimble, smart team. So internally on the digital team, we really have two arms. I have a CRM arm, and I have really a product arm. And so CRM, I say web, social, email, creative, all of those own channels. And then the product arm is really our online ordering. We have 7 delivery partnerships. We're doing integrations across the board on different things. So really, we've divvied it up that way. We also have a media arm of the team that kind of sits between brand and digital. And then we have a brand team that really manages our calendar, the product strategy, the field strategy. And so I'd say that's really a little more of the traditional side of the business. And then everything that sits digital is over on my side. So I'd say anything a guest engaged with on a screen comes through my team. Now, coming from where I was at Focus Brands at Moe's, everything was in-house. The only thing that was outsourced there was media buying. We had internal creatives, we had internal social, internal PR, internal SEO experts, all of that, right, to support the brand. Well, at Churches, we're just not that big. And so we utilize our agencies for a lot of this. So we have about 7 different agencies that have specialties. We have a digital agency of record who's great, T3, and they support us on everything from CRM strategy and execution. Community management sits at our agency, social execution in their web, and all of our also supporting with our media agency too on how we think about media creatives. And so activations, all of that stuff really sits at our agencies. And we've got the agencies all work together in an interagency team. And so they all work together collaboratively on concepts and activation ideas. And then it's figured out, okay, who's the best partner to activate it? I always say, like, we don't care where the idea comes from, as long as we come up with a good idea or a great plan, and then we will figure out how to activate it, right? Sometimes it comes in-house and we activate it. Sometimes it goes out to one of our partners. So I say we've got expertise in the building and then expertise at our agency partners, and that's where the relationship works really hard, because we're able to continue to push each other, share ideas, and keep each other accountable, really.
And, that collaboration, I think, has been so essential. I'm sure, like, specifically over the last couple of years, and I know you told me you already had a lot of the partnerships with the delivery services before the pandemic. So you were super fortunate in that, and your drive-through service was rocking and rolling. So I know you've been taking Churches on this kind of digital evolution, but can you share a little bit about that journey and what's next? Because the good news for you were pretty prepared, but I know that you're always kind of thinking ahead. So I'd love to hear just what's kind of next on the horizon.
Yeah, I'd say, prepared, but also lucky. I was lucky when I started at the end of 2018 that we started our digital journey then, and we did a lot of base building in the first year. We called our first year the Connect year. So rebuild our website, relaunched our content and our search strategy, we launched our media approach, we launched listings, and then really assessed up all of our technology partners. When coming into the door, I'd say we had very disparate technology, data, and strategy. So it was all sitting in like 6 or 7 silos, and none of it was really being impactful to the business. So we kind of made the decision, all right, we're going to knock all of this down, and we're going to rebuild it back up so that it all talks and works together. So we did that in year 1, which was 2019, a lot of that base building, but also the planning. And then in 2020, we were already underway we launched our mobile app with ordering in it. Phase 2 of our website, next generation of doubling down into digital media. We were standing up a customer database platform to get us to have a single view of our customer. So all of this stuff was underway, and then the pandemic hit, and we had to pivot, and we were going all in on digital. Like I said, luckily, we're very strong in drive-through. We already had delivery partnerships stood up. And so we launched our mobile app 2 months into the pandemic again. We relaunched a couple of other new technology platforms. And we were already doing digital marketing and digital media, and we just doubled down into that. So it was a pivot, but it wasn't as big a pivot. If that would have happened 6, 8, 9 months earlier, we would have been really scrambling for things.
Yep. And I think that that's super smart. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, no, all good.
I just wondered, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's always fun on the video calls doing this. Okay, so you were in a good spot. It's great to hear kind of how you're moving forward, but what do you think is an absolute must-have for brands that are out there looking to kind of re-examine now? Maybe something happened, that over the couple of years, or their business is like, I think there's a couple different ways that things have gone. People have either flourished or they've struggled a little bit. What do you think are kind of must-haves for when they're looking at like re-examining their digital marketing and all their efforts?
Yeah, I think that the first thing is understanding your consumer, and right, that seems like a no-brainer, right? But there's a lot of brands that really don't understand their consumer. And what are those small ways in? So for instance, for us, one of the first things I saw when I went into our Google Analytics in the first week was that our website is accessed 87% of the time mobile. So like our guest is not on desktop. So we said, okay, how do we streamline the customer journey when they're coming through their phone? How do we really only focus on those mobile experiences, right? Those type of nuanced things of understanding the guest. And then seeing where are those pieces that you can tie up to the larger business results. So in the restaurant space, we're always looking at daily comp sales. How did this day perform versus the same day last year, right? That's what we're measuring against. And you're always trying to tie correlations in there. And that's where things like attribution with digital media. So we know that we serve someone a number of different ads through platforms, and then that they actually showed up in a restaurant 4 or 5 days later, we can actually track that visit. So being able to track the visits and tie them then to the actual sales that are happening, or days we send emails, or different promotions that we're running with web coupons. All of this kind of stuff is being able to tie it back up. So if you understand, one, what the big measurables are, and then how do you connect them to, I say, the digital marketing activation, that's really where it starts to work. And then you can really figure out, like, where do I need to prioritize? Because there's some stuff that's really shiny and, everyone kind of looks at and says, oh, this is the shining star, but it's really not a big contributor to sales and what is happening, right? Or you can't tie it there. So you just have to make some decisions on where to prioritize. And I say that's the biggest challenge. And it's not a one size fits all. Like every brand has to prioritize in different ways based on their customer journey and what they're selling and how they sell it.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. And I know even with our platform, it's been really different since the pandemic hit. We used to not encourage people to do the QR code thing, but now everybody got used to that and people are measuring it and they're like, whoa, this just worked 40 times better than it ever did before. So it's kind of cool to see some of the innovation that's come out of that. So what is the intersection of your traditional marketing versus your digital marketing? And when does it just become marketing, or how do the two kind of complement each other?
We talk about this a lot because Church's, being an almost 70-year-old brand, for a long time was very traditional in marketing strategy. One of the traditional media to also to branding, and really modernized all of our approaches in there the last couple of years. But I'd say we think about it as it's just all marketing now. So putting the guests' eyes on it, because our guests don't differentiate between if it's a video on YouTube, if it's a TV ad, if it's something I get through the mobile app, or something that I'm seeing on merchandising at the restaurants. It's all together. They don't differentiate that, oh, this is this channel, so this is why it's this way, versus it's this channel, it's another way. That's why you have to have that continuity in there. But also, people are okay with things being a little different. We talk a lot about it doesn't all have to look like the same room in the house. As long as it lives in the house, every room can look a little bit different, as long as people understand that it's still inside the house. And email does work differently than in restaurant merchandising, right? Or what you're doing from a web experience versus social. They need to be different. And so those type of things, as long as they have the thread through them, it's okay. And I think that's where the continuity comes, because people do pick up that, why is this different here versus there? And it's all one experience for them. It's not, they don't break it up into silos like we think about it as marketers. As this one thing over here, that means everything else sits over here, and this is fine. If you fell down here, all the rest doesn't matter anymore.
And I was thinking about that too, because you and I were talking about like how the businesses, the challenges that have happened over the past year, and some of the things that even people from a QSR are coming to me about. It's not necessarily even like getting people, because sales are great, right? It's recruiting, it's some other stuff that's going on. So I know that that this is kind of an unavoidable question, but I know that your business has had to adapt a lot in the past 12 to 18 months. We talked about, how you were kind of lucky and you were in a good spot, but moving forward, what do you think the vision is? Like, where are you looking to take your business, into 2022? Because, and I think we also talked about all sorts of businesses. I mean, I'm in Detroit, so the automotive chip things going on. We've got toys having problems. Pepsi can't get stuff to make their cans, and you guys are having, there's the chicken hook, hiccup. So just wondering, how you sort of manage your marketing kind of moving forward, and what where you're kind of looking to take the business into the next year.
Yeah, I'd say we kind of feel like this is the second wave of the pandemic for us in the restaurant business right now. We survived the first wave, and then now we're in this wave where it comes down to making sure we have enough people to staff the restaurant, right? How do you retain employees? And then two, how do we make sure that we have the product that we're trying to sell? And 1 month it may be one product, another month there may be something shortage, or there may be a product that's planned that now the manufacturer can't get, right? And so, and it's every single brand out there. I talked to a lot of different restaurant folks, and everyone's dealing with the same issues. And so from a marketing perspective, the restaurant space has just traditionally been, here's your calendar. We've got 6 different promotional windows. All right, we plan, we set, we go, and then we go on to the next window, right? Now we have to be much more nimble, where it's, hey, 3 weeks into a promotion, we might have to be nimble. We might have to have a backup option. We have to be able to shift media. Might have to have some contingency plans, right? Or we may have to go back to focusing more on our core products that we know we can get, and that there's not supply chain issues with. So it changes the playbook a little bit for us as restaurant marketers, where I'd say it's much more real time than we've ever been in the past, and it's a challenge, and that's where digital comes in. As the more digitized a brand is, the more nimble they can be, and if you're trying to do those two things at once, it's a challenge, and I think a lot of us are. I mean, there's always stuff that we're doing together, but just continuing to be out there and trying to do what we can with what we have.
I know flexibility is something that I think I continuously hear, and I think just being a good partner and knowing that people have these like business challenges is something that everybody's going to have to work together to do, right? So what are the ways that your team constantly keeps consumers and customers and clients like top of mind? And then how do you work with your agency? Because I know you've got, would you say 7 different agency partners? How do you work with them to do so as well?
Yeah, we really try to keep our consumers, what's trending, on top of mind. And we do like a weekly social media snapshot of what's happening in our social channels, what's happening in and out of our industry, looking at competitive benchmarking. We look at it on a monthly basis, but also just being able to just proactively share. I mean, we're on a Slack channel with our agency where we're just sharing ideas back and forth on different things. Hey, did you see this promotion? Hey, did you see this activation? Got this email from another brand that's not even in the restaurant. So, hey, this is really cool how they did this email, sending along. So it's all about just building that culture of learning. And I think that was something that when we built this digital department, did it very intentionally, because to be in, I'd say, digital and in marketing, you have to be a learner. You can't be someone that's just content with, hey, here's what I did 5 years ago, because that just doesn't work anymore. It can't be, here's what I did a year ago. So we expect from our agencies are constantly giving us different recommendations, different ideas, and expect that from a partner, that they're going to push you, right? And then also you're going to push your partner and say, hey, have we thought about this, and why not? Or why haven't we thought about this, right? And so I think it's just all about building that culture of learning and sharing, and that eventually just sparks ideas and different things that might come to fruition 6 months later. But there was there was a spark of an idea that came from something that somebody found or saw.
And was there a certain idea or spark that happened this year that you're pretty proud of, or one that you think was especially innovative? I know we talked a little bit too about the way you're using some influencers. So this might be kind of a two-part question, but I thought that was kind of interesting as well.
Yeah, we've really gotten into influencers this year. We did a little bit last year with influencers, but then this year really did an always on strategy with them and went through and found, I'd say, some micro segments of influencers that work really hard for our brand, that connect with our consumers. And so we've got a very in-depth briefing process where we give them kind of very specific assignments, but we would want them to be creators too. So if you're really strong at videography, we want you to create a video showing our food and post it on TikTok if that's your strongest channel, versus just showing you eating the food. If you're all about doing food reviews, then you want that to be, your sweet spot in there. So we really have leaned into letting the creators be creators versus putting them in a box. And I think that's worked really well. And then that's helped us open up into, into other areas of kind of fun ideas around having creators do menu hacks for us, right? Having creators create their own kind of brand videos. We had some employees that were even, advocates for us. So I'd say that was something that we continued to test and learn, and we found what stuff worked well, what stuff didn't. And that's been a really big win for us. That's just worked really hard with a strong return.
And that was all kind of part of your strategy, where I think you said when you came into everything, it was a lot more like locally based type marketing. And then you kind of moved to national, and now you're kind of a good blend and you're focusing a little bit more using those influencers. Do I have that right?
Correct. Yeah, we made a big shift to start to bring in national advertising into our plan a couple of years ago. And that's worked really hard for us. And so now we have this strong national plan. We have a strong digital plan that supports all of our restaurants. And so influencers kind of fill this middle gap area of being able to connect with our guests in different ways through different channels that we can't necessarily pay for, or that they're actually paying attention to, right? So it's this combination of looking at our own channels, looking at other unique organic ways to reach our guests, and then paid. And so it's the intersection of those. It's not one silver bullet, but how do those three work together?
And then can you talk a little bit about, I know you mentioned the delivery stuff. I know that there was talk of all the different partnerships you use in your app. Is there anything special that you sort of changed about that, or anything, that you've learned from being in the pandemic that's altered kind of how you operate with those things?
Yeah, with delivery, it's been super interesting. We had a lot of partnerships before the pandemic started. And we really weren't doing a lot of marketing on the delivery apps. It was just, if you turn delivery on, sales were just showing up and coming, right? Because DoorDash and Uber, they were just spending so much money in the market to drive people to adoption. And the great part about Church's is our food travels and holds heat really well. So, if you have to wait 30, 40 minutes for a delivery, it's still going to be hot when you get there. It's not a product that cools down pretty quickly because of our packaging and because we do cook to order. And so have really strong delivery experiences. But as the pandemic went on, and even into this year, now delivery is still strong, but you have to do more marketing aside of those channels, whether it's with promotions, with awareness, incentives, to move people around, because people's behavior has changed over the last 18 months from, hey, I'm going to go around and shop around to 20 different brands. And now I've got, hey, here's my 3 or 4 brands on delivery that are my go-to. So how do I get that to expand to Church's to be your 5th brand in that set? And I might have to incentivize you to do that. So it's a shift in the evolution based on what's changing with consumer behavior over time.
And I will tell you, my DoorDash bill has grown exponentially since the good old pandemic, gosh darn it. And I think it's just something that's so easy once you get to use it, that it's, incredible for probably your business for sure. I thought it was really interesting when you described the different audiences, like your lunch audience does a certain type of thing towards your dinner audience. And could you talk a little bit about really what the products are that they like? And then if there's any type of like specific marketing you do to reach the lunch person or the, mom running around trying to get everybody to dance and robotics after school?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we really have, I'd say, 2 day parts. We have lunch, which is primarily a to-go occasion for us. It's a lot of boneless products. So our new chicken sandwich, Texas tenders, some bone-in, whether it's maybe a 2 or 3 piece bone-in, but it's more of that on the go occasion. Dinner is vastly different. Dinner is, we have what we call a feed 4 or feed 6 meal, and you get your choice of different, whether it's bone-in chicken, it's tenders, your choice of sides, biscuits. So it's that full meal occasion, right? And those, I'd say, are kind of mutually exclusive occasions. And so we do different marketing for those. Some of it's day parting on media, some of it's day of week, which we know certain days skew much stronger for our family business, for dinners. Also, even when we do things like social postings and emails and all of that. So we try to really take those two into consideration, because it could be the same customer and there is crossover in there. There's a middle spot, but there are different occasions, and there's also different consideration for lunch. That they're probably thinking about that 30, 60 minutes before lunch, whereas the dinner occasion, we need to reach them a lot earlier, whether it's 12, 24, 36 hours, start to seed churches for that next dinner occasion. So it's a little different cycle from how consumers think about making that decision of what they're going to eat based on lunch or dinner.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, because I am that mom that like needs the big meal thing, and chicken's like safe for everybody. Everybody likes chicken. You can't go wrong there, right? So what are you excited about in your business for the rest of 2021 and 2022? What are you guys leaning in?
I'm excited about a lot. We're focused on a couple key digital areas, really digital experience and our websites and CRM. So we're doing some cool stuff with some new partners we're about to launch, which is great. We've got some great social activations coming up. I can't say too much about, but we have a great promotion that's going to launch in about 30 days with a really cool activation to close out the year. So the year's not over at all. And then getting into planning for 22 and looking at a number of things. It's interesting when you think about digital transformation, because you really have to look back and say, okay, we did this 3 years ago. It was probably about time to look and not blow it up, but we've got to evolve it, right? So there's a lot of things that we did 2 or 3 years ago that now in 2022, it's time to re-evolve those again, whether it's to revamp, whether it's to add to, whether it's to change the approach on. So there's a couple parts of our digital business that we're going to be evolving in 22, which is really exciting to kind of come back around full circle and say, how do we take this to the next level?
That's exciting. It sounds like a good, fun year happening. Alan, pivoting a little bit, because I know you said you're small and you've got a scrappy team, and there's been hiring problems all across the United States. I actually just hired 3 new people on my team and met 2 of them for the first time last week, which is kind of fun. Can you talk a little bit, just like, what do you do within your team to kind of keep your culture? Because I noticed you are at your home office still. Is there anything within your team, because it's small and scrappy, kind of keeping people motivated and moving ahead, that you guys do?
Yeah, for our team, we definitely have a culture that we try to keep, and we do a weekly team meeting together, and half of that team meeting is just just talking about what shows we're watching. My team's a big coffee team, so we're talking about what coffee we're drinking. We go out to a monthly breakfast, and everyone walks out with a bag of coffee. So we find local places, then we try the coffee, and so it's unique coffee culture inside of the digital team. But I'd say the other part that we're really leaning into is just recognition. I mean, we'll write handwritten notes and send them to our team, send them to our agency partners too, thanking them for what work they're doing, for their support, for a big win, and we mail it to them, right? And then also surprise and delight sometimes with small gifts, things like that. So that personalized recognition that you miss in the office, we try to replicate it as best we can. And hey, everyone loves getting a piece of mail. I do, right? That's something that's an actual piece of mail, not just a direct mail marketing piece, right? So so that's worked really hard for us as a team of continuing that recognition.
I love that. We've done that too here with our team, and we're just trying to kind of keep together a little bit. And we've also just said, you know what, today this meeting is just about venting, or it's just about happy hour, or let's talk a little bit, which has been kind of fun. But I did get a new Nespresso. If anybody's had one of those, that was one of the best buys that I had during the pandemic, because I also love coffee. So that's kind of fun. Would love to talk just about a little bit, do some extra credit. If anybody has any questions, feel free to put those in the Q&A or in the chat. But I thought it's kind of fun just to talk to you about, you know, is there, like, ask you a couple questions about some personal things. Is there an app that you can't live without that you're using all the time right now?
Yeah, and it's real interesting because it's one that I picked up probably end of last year. It's the Inscape app. And so it does self-guided meditations. They can be anywhere from 3 minutes to 30. And it was always a goal of mine to start this, and kind of dabbled with it last year. And then in January started it, and we'll pop it on. And sometimes it's a 5-minute breather in between a call, and it just kind of like resets you. But really good self-guided meditations with the Inscape app.
Inscape. Okay. I like it. I've been trying to do some of the meditation too. And I've actually done a couple of virtual, like Pilates, and then you know, lay down and they walk you through it. And it's been so fun. And it is true. After doing the video Zoom thing all day, we all need a little break.
Yeah.
Is there a podcast that you like?
Oh gosh. Listen to a lot of podcasts. I'll give you 3 because it's unfair to say there's one. So they're different categories. So I'd say the one that I like to listen to that really makes me think is this one called Music Exists. It's by Chuck Klosterman. It's on Spotify. And they like theorize about all these like heavy music subjects, like why does all music that comes from Cincinnati sound the same, right? And it's like it just makes you think about stuff, right? From a business side, I'm a big fan of Business Casual by Morning Brew. They just get some really cool entrepreneurs on there. Learn a lot. And then just on the pure entertainment side of stuff, a big fan of Juicy Scoop, which is Heather McDonald. And she does all sorts of entertainment. She has really interesting people on there. And she's just a really good interviewer where she can dive in and probes people very much to like tell their stories. And so kind of cycle between those along with some others. But I think those are ones that I really look forward to listening to the most.
I love that. I've been trying to listen to some more podcasts and like go outside and walk around, get a little bit more exercise. So I appreciate those 3. Those sound really good. Is there a latest book that you have read that you might want to recommend?
Yeah, I just finished one literally on Sunday. And so it's an interesting one. My wife got it for me for my birthday earlier this year. It's called The King of Confidence. And it's a nonfiction. It's about J.J. Strange, who was one of the early Mormon leaders in the 1850s. And it's this antebellum age before the Civil War. The U.S. is kind of like wild, wild west open, especially when it relates to media. But it's one of these stories that you read and go, you can't make this stuff up because it's true. And so it's kind of crazy to think back to those times in the 1800s and how people manipulated the entire nation using media and other things, and these confidence men that were building empires and then falling down and rebuilding them. So it's super interesting if you like that kind of stuff.
I totally would. And it's funny because I love, I've been waiting for the next season of Succession to come out, which kind of is about media moguls and succeeding and everything. So that leads me to, is there anything that you've streamed that you're kind of excited to see come back? Because I'll tell you what, in the streaming space and movies and everything, we've been dying for content. So just wondered if there was anything there that you like.
A lot. Succession, I'm a big fan. I can't wait for that to come back. Like everyone else in America right now, finishing up Ted Lasso. Super excited for the last 2 episodes of Ted Lasso. And then I'm also a sucker for Money Heist, which is a show on Netflix that's a Spanish production, and that's the last part is coming up in a couple weeks. So those are kind of some recent ones.
Yes, I just recently, I'm almost through the first season of Ted Lasso, and I'm like, he is the nicest man, but it's so fun. So fun to see that kind of stuff. All right. Well, is there any other thing that you have done through the pandemic that's kind of helped you stay sane, focused, energetic, kept you moving?
It's interesting. I started this daily kind of task list, and I'll show you. So it's like my daily habit tracker, and my habits are exercise, stand because I sit all day, meditate, outside time, healthy eating, 2 fruits and a veggie, read, be grateful, stretch, and hit golf balls. Now, I don't hit golf balls every day, but if I can get like 5 or 6 of those checks on there, very rarely do I get all 10, but if I get like 6 or 7, it's a pretty good day. And this sits by my computer, and it's just one of those reminders when you see, doing the physical check mark. And, I guess it motivates me to stand up during a conference call, or to take 20 minutes and go outside, or like, all right, let me sit down and read even though I'm tired. So it feels good to accomplish something when you have all that.
That is very organized. And I think that's a good idea. That's a little tip I might steal from you, because I need to get up and walk around a little bit and move too. Alan, I appreciate everything. It was very, very cool to kind of hear how your business has changed, some of the things that you're leaning into, how you work with your agency partners, and to get all your fun picks in your podcast too. So thank you so much for sitting with me today.
Yeah, this was fun. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate your time here. We are moving right along as we continue our day here for marketing innovation. And we would love to move right on to our next session. And I'm happy to introduce to our virtual stage the Senior Marketing Director for Butterfinger brand under Ferrero. That's Miguel Zarilla. Our moderator for the segment will be Melanie Kegley, the Senior Account Executive at Ground Truth. So we're going to bring both Melanie and Miguel to our stage here in just a second, and we'll wait for them to join. Miguel, Melanie, how are you today?
Good. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing very well. We're obviously, we're into our 3rd session of the day here, and nothing short of spectacular. And that's exactly what we're gonna keep up here with your conversation here. We're gonna just keep that spectacular, amazing energy kind of rolling into your conversation. And to our audience, just want to remind you that chat window is live down below. That Q&A window is also active. So please put your questions down there, put your comments in there. And Melanie and Miguel would love to turn our stage over to the 2 of you.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to be here. And Miguel, I'm excited to talk with you more today and hear more about what you're doing on the Butterfinger business and all the innovative things that you guys have been working on. So before we jump in, I just want to give our participants, a quick idea of who we are. So to introduce myself, my name is Melanie Kegley. As mentioned, I am the Senior Account Executive on the CPG business at Ground Truth, which is a leading location-based marketing and tech company that really helps suppliers such as yourself connect with shoppers within their daily lives to help really drive brand awareness and purchase intent across your key retailers like Walmart, Target, Kroger, etc. We do that leveraging, precise targeting tools across display, OTT, and paid social as well. So that's just a little bit about me, but Miguel, do you care to just share a little bit more about you, your background, and your role at Ferrero?
Yes, of course. So thank you, Melanie, by the way, and I'm looking forward to the next 40 minutes or so together. So my name is Miguel Zarilla. I am the Senior Marketing Director here at Ferrero. I am responsible for the Butterfinger brand business. I have spent quite a number of years in the chocolate category here in the US, so pushing about 12 years. Have worked on many of the brands within this category, and I will say I'm excited to be talking about Butterfinger. It has been quite a pleasure working on this brand, and I look forward to sharing some of my insights that I've gotten over the last 2 years on this brand.
Yes, I'm excited as well. Butterfinger is one of my favorites, so it's always exciting when you get to talk about something you love anyways. That's awesome. Very impressive. Thank you so much for sharing. So with that, I'm really excited to get things kicked off with our conversation, learn more about what you're doing to help drive innovation in the space. And for anyone watching, as mentioned, please feel free to submit questions throughout our discussion. And once we get to that Q&A session in about the last 10 minutes, we'll be sure to try to answer as many as we can. So with that, let's get things kicked off.
Perfect. Let's do it.
So what are your thoughts? Let's just start high level. What are your thoughts around innovation and what does that mean to you?
Yeah, you know what's funny? I feel like in the CPG world in particular, when you hear the word innovation, people tend to instantly think of a new product or that new shiny item. But by definition, innovation really is any new way of doing things, a new method, idea, or tactic. So yes, innovation can be a new product, but it also can be new ways of approaching things like artwork, advertising, partnerships, influencers. You know, when I think about when Ferrero acquired Butterfinger 2 years ago and asked me to lead and revitalize this brand, I knew I had to think innovatively on multiple fronts to renew this iconic brand, because I was solely focusing on the core business and revitalizing that and rejuvenating it for a new generation of chocolate consumers. So I really had to think innovatively across all touch points.
Mm-hmm. That's so true. I do think people a lot of times when they hear innovation, they think that it has to be something new. You have to come out with a new product in order to really, compete in the space. But you're right. Sometimes it's just thinking about things in a new way and how can we, reach new shoppers, leveraging various tactics, that they're in platforms that they're using in their daily lives. So, with that, how do you really start? Where do you really begin?
Isn't that the $1 million question?
Yeah.
So I would say whether it's product innovation or innovating through communications and advertising, you really want to find distinctive areas where your brand can break through, reach your target audience in a relevant, engaging, and authentic way. If I use, a little bit of a case study of Butterfinger, we launched a new campaign last year on the brand. And there were a few areas that we really identified that helped us really create a breakthrough campaign that has been working for us. The first thing we did was we knew that "No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger" was an iconic, memorable line from the past and was a good way of expressing our product irresistibility. So we anchored that as a consistent thread from the past to the present campaign. The second thing we did was we really thought about cultural truth. Cultural truth that people can relate to, but that we as a brand can elevate as entertaining and hyperbolic. So, the cultural truth that I'm referencing for our campaign is we all know it's not okay to steal. It's not okay to steal. But for some reason, when it comes to treats, the candy bars you love, we tend to give into temptation sometimes, whether it's nabbing a bar from your coworker's candy bowl on their desk, or during Halloween, stealing a little chocolate from your kid's trick-or-treat basket. We tend to give into temptation there, and that's just a truth that we all, at one time or another have given into. And then the final piece, that we really thought about was cultural relevance. And how can we find an area of cultural relevance that connects across all ages? So we knew that crime and investigative shows and documentaries have been and continue to be beloved by, the US market. So we put those 3 points together, and pulling all those 3 points together, the outcome was the Butterfinger Investigators, or for short, the BFI. And hopefully IT will work for us today. And we've queued up a clip of our launch spot. So it'll be the first clip that we'll show today, which was our launch spot of the campaign that went on TV for, it was a 30-second spot. So hopefully we can get it to stream.
Let's see. I'm excited. There we go.
Butterfinger Investigators.
You're set.
Whoa, that's next level.
I'm going in.
guys. BFI, Butterfinger Investigators.
No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Oh, I love that. Okay, tell us a little bit more about this clip.
So that is really kind of the essence of our campaign. Butterfinger is so irresistible. People just want to grab their hands on it. And you have a clever thief that, whether they're hiding behind or some type of clever, ingenious way of trying to get a Butterfinger. But then you have an even more clever owner of the Butterfinger who has hired the BFI to protect that Butterfinger. So, that is the essence of our campaign. And, the one thing when we talk about and anchoring in on innovation, one thing we really considered is that it's not just about a commercial anymore. When launching a new campaign, you need to, no matter how funny or attention grabbing it is, being on, having a 30 or 15-second spot isn't enough. Media is so fragmented now and has really it's become more difficult to capture attention. We as marketers have to think about how we'll connect and reach with our target audience in ways where, in the areas where our consumers are today, but also in a very unique and immersive way, which truly requires a 360 approach. So, if I think back last year when we first launched this campaign, yes, clearly we did deliver a 30-second and 15-second spot, which we all just saw, but we really we had to dig deeper to really think innovatively to deliver this world and characters to consumers. So one of the first things we did was really understand and spend time really focusing on where our target audience are and where they're consuming media, which is on digital and social. Mm-hmm. So we leverage our inspiration of these investigative shows like the CSIs of the world. And we decided to create a full 5-minute webisode, which really allowed us the opportunity to immerse our fans into the world of BFI, as well as our lead characters, Hugh Dunnett and Allie Buys. So, there's so much you can do in 30 seconds. So being able to provide such a comedic and robust piece of work really allowed us to, launch in a robust way and really tell a better expanded story. And we actually, our lead actor, which you saw there, Amir Aronson, has a lot of relevance in this space. He's actually currently on NBC's Blacklist. And he truly has an excitement for playing this comedic role, which honestly has really helped elevate the overall work because we have an actor who is so passionate about the work and really, goes above and beyond to deliver that. One of the other things we really did and thought about was how can we pull people in further? When we launched this campaign last year, we launched it during the Halloween season. So what we decided to do was create a digital promotion. And it was really anchored on the truth that adults tend to steal Halloween candy from kids. I mentioned that earlier. So we encouraged people to turn themselves in to the BFI for stealing Halloween candy for a chance to win cash and prizes. I mention this because it really helped us further the understanding of who the BFI were. So we anchored back onto this cultural truth, and it allowed us and really elevated a promotion around it. And it allowed us to really bring that understanding to our consumers. But when we think about products like chocolate, which are quite, their immediate consumption, you have to be in the moment. We wanted to ensure that we connected the campaign to the in-store point of purchase environment as well. So we created a display and shopper marketing program, encouraging shoppers to help the BFI crack a safe of stolen Butterfinger bars to win some cash and prizes. So all around that poll, but really helping to elevate the understanding of who the BFI were and are. So I'm ultimately getting at, long gone are the days of connecting and engaging with consumers via commercial. We must really think about our target consumer, where they are, how they consume media, and develop plans that will stand out to them, but also truly entertain them. Because we know how short, the attention spans are now, and we're being torn in so many different directions. So we really have to make sure that what we're delivering is across touch points and really entertaining to our target consumer, which requires us to really know our consumer.
Yeah, no, I think that's super smart. I think, you guys took a lot of components into consideration and, like what's happening in today's world, what are people most interested in, and how can we actually get our consumers involved? And, when consumers feel like they can actually like play along and, engage with the brand in a fun way, I think you see a lot of success with that. And, I think you guys, having the incentive along with it, we all know that people are, they engage because of incentives. So by adding, cash prizes or, different things that they could win along the way, I think that in itself, help drive the success of, consumer engagement as well. And at the end of the day, it's not something that they're going to forget, because to your point, you all, recruited these actors, especially, the lead from Blacklist, who people are very familiar with. And when people can actually, when they understand and they see something that they already know, that in itself makes it easier to remember. And so I think you guys really pulled in a lot of different innovative things that really work together to bring this, concept to life. And it obviously was successful for you guys because you guys are bringing it back for another year. And I'm excited to see what that looks like for you. I think this could really be a long-term type of, activation for you guys that really just helps, like you said, bring in not only, the consumers that were already purchasing, but also reaching that newer, younger consumer as well that maybe wasn't thinking about Butterfinger in the same way that we wanted them to. So kudos to you guys, because I think it is just the funnest one of the funnest activations that I've probably seen as a crime lover myself in terms of like shows. This was something that I just think really stood out. So very cool. And thank you so much for just diving into that and, sharing how that kind of came to life.
I appreciate that. And to your point, we had some big shoes to follow from back in, if we think about the late 90s and the Bart Simpson campaign under Butterfinger and how iconic and memorable that was. And we truly believe we have a long-lasting campaign on our hands. So I appreciate that, Melanie. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So, looking at this a little more, what about influencers? Like, obviously you mentioned that, consumers are on display and they're on social, especially social. We know that word of mouth is the strongest type of marketing one can do. So where do you feel the opportunity lies with brand marketers? And what is your approach around that? What have you been doing and how has that been working for you guys?
Yeah, so influencers, they are definitely a medium within themselves. They are the new celebrities. So we all, as marketers, partner with them and try to work with them in one way or another. I will say over the last couple of years, I have gained some really understanding on how to interact with influencers, thanks to some of the work that we've done to date. I will say, a big challenge many of us face as marketers, including myself on Butterfinger, is how to reach the younger consumer and really foster a desirable brand affinity between the brand and this younger consumer. We did some research and our research showed a lot of overlap in our target consumer with the gaming community. So we decided we wanted to connect with this group in a big, but it had to be authentic way. So we believe the right way to do so was through partnerships and influencers within this community. So from a partnership perspective, we partnered with major game publishers to deliver experiences and content in some of the most highly anticipated games. We've partnered with Final Fantasy, Halo, etc. And they were experiences and content that you can only get by enjoying a Butterfinger. And that has elevated to our overall campaign title that we've declared as Game Better with Butterfinger. So that was from a partnership play. It's really, partnering with these game titles have helped us, start to enter. But what really truly opened the door for us, and one of my biggest, learnings, I have to say, was really prioritizing relationship building with influencers to truly drive authentic message and content. So it wasn't about the one and done. It's how can we really foster and build relationships with these influencers. And another, learning that I've had, it doesn't have to be influencers with the largest following, but those who have a lot of passion, about what they're talking to their followers about who they're engaging with, and influencers who have followers who are loyal and engaged. So those are really the types of influencers we partner with on Twitch and YouTube, and have really helped us connect with the gaming community. I believe the second clip we'll share is just some of the streamers that we most recently worked with back in April and May with Final Fantasy. And I will say you can see in this clip how the streamers are really passionate about the game, passionate about the brand, and you can see the interaction that they have with their community.
We are not measured by third, fourth, or fifth place. We are measured by our personality and who we are and what we stand for. Even if it's Butterfingers or Extra Life.
In the summer of 2021, Butterfinger teamed up with the Final Fantasy XIV online community to raise money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals through Extra Life. Together, 12 content creators streamed more than 77 hours combined, all while spreading the joy of the crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery Chikorpikor mount. This exclusive mount was awarded in-game to anyone who purchased $5 worth of Butterfinger products within the United States, and players boasted a total of 109,355 redemptions.
To another exciting stream for the kids.
We're gonna raise as much money as possible.
Every little donation counts and goes towards Extra Life.
We are making it happen.
The Final Fantasy XIV online community also raised $34,000 for Extra Life in one day, quickly boosting the game Better with Butterfinger team to the top 5 of the Extra Life leaderboards. With Butterfinger's additional contribution of $50,000, the team helped Children's Miracle Network hospitals meet the urgent needs brought on by the pandemic and change the lives of the 10 million kids treated every year. Now that is gaming better with Butterfinger.
So that was just a recent example, and it was a relatively smaller program that we did, and it was in partnership with with the Children's Miracle Network and Extra Life. But we wanted to show that one because first, when people see streamers, people may not know what Twitch is and what the environment looks like, so we wanted to show that. But one of the things that this video also evoked was the enthusiasm of these streamers and how their audiences were reacting. You could see those message boards, light up. And when it comes to influencers, large follower counts aren't the only thing we should be looking for. We should be looking at how engaged their audience is and how much enthusiasm they will bring to your campaign. And as we've thought about influencers, that's really the approach that we have taken. How can these influencers just bring added authentic excitement to what we're talking about and the games that we're partnering with?
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And I, have a little bit of social background in my background, and what you mentioned earlier around the types of influencers that you're working with, understanding, who's your consumer already over indexing with, how can we reach them where they're already at, and working with influencers that don't necessarily have the highest following, but they have, high engagement amongst those followers that they do have. That's what I think a lot of people sometimes miss is they feel that the number of followers is what's most important, but really at the end of the day, it's the engagement and how much those followers actually trust what that person is telling them. And I think it's really cool that you guys tied in, the nonprofit as well, because I think, as a consumer myself, anytime I can feel like my purchase is going towards the greater good, that makes it even more valuable to me. So very, very cool. Thank you so much for sharing that clip and just sharing more with us around how you guys have been kind of working within the influencer space and reaching those shoppers or consumers within those areas that they're already using. So you're very excited about innovation, obviously, and how to reach these, shoppers in their everyday life. How has Butterfinger, or what are they doing in terms of any possible new product innovations? I know we said that, sometimes innovation doesn't necessarily mean something new, but is there anything new that you guys are doing?
Okay, so I couldn't get out of a innovation summit without talking about product innovation.
Of course.
I'm just going to make one blanket point, and then I'll just talk about a new launch that we have coming out on Butterfinger. I'll make one blanket point about product innovation. It doesn't have to be a complicated new flavor or reformulation to be an innovation that really works. It can simply be watching closely how our consumers are using our product and giving them something that meets that particular need if we haven't to date. So if we're talking about what we're doing immediately, we actually just recently launched, in lieu of the upcoming holiday season, what we've called Butterfinger Baking Bits. And, that is a good example of what I'm referencing when it doesn't need to be a new flavor or innovation to be, an innovation that means something to your consumers and to our customers. So we always knew that consumers love to bake with Butterfinger. It was one of the first insights and or ahas I had when joining the brand. When I had conversations with Pinterest and things like that, and we see that just conversation had tended and continues to tend when you talk to Butterfinger around its crispity, crunchy, peanut buttery texture and the flavors that are evoked by this product, how well it works in baking, and how people would grind their Butterfinger and put it into recipes. So we've known that for quite some time. But what we've also seen through COVID is that there has been a consistent rise of at-home baking. And we don't foresee even, in the near future that trend to go down. So what we did was we leveraged both of these trends to move with speed. And I think moving with speed is a key point when you are trying to be nimble and agile and really looking to innovate differently outside of new flavors and reformulations. So we moved with speed to deliver a crushed bag for the baking aisle of Butterfinger to really help make it easier for consumers to bake with Butterfinger. This really generated a lot of excitement from our customers and consumers based on a new item, which is simply an innovative way of delivering our core product to our consumers in a way that they were using it, but just making it even more easier and accessible for them. So actually, no surprise, I have it right here next to me, which is the bag of baking bits that, we've just launched and are getting ready to really start to talk more about as we enter into the peak baking seasons of November and December.
Yeah, no, I think that is super exciting. As a baker myself, I'm not much of a cook, but I do like to call myself a baker. And that is one thing that I've, in the past I've struggled with is there's certain ingredients or certain types of things that I'd like to include, but it takes like the additional effort of, buying it and, breaking it up myself so that I can sprinkle it on top of a cake or include it within my cupcakes, whatever that may look like. So I think it's really cool. Again, going back to what you said, innovation isn't always something new in terms of flavor or a new product that's outside of what, the base business is. It's taking what you already have and using it in a different way and giving consumers the option to use it in a different way that they're already doing, but having to go through multiple steps to get there. So, and I think it's really smart too, because now you're located in two different areas of the store. So you're in the candy aisle and you're in the baking aisle, and that's never a bad thing. So more shelf space is what we're always, striving for. And you guys have definitely accomplished that with this. And what a time to launch it with, the holidays coming up and baking being such a staple of the holiday season. So very cool. I'm excited to try it out myself.
Feel free to share any creations with me. I'm a big treat guy.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not the best decorator, but I do my best to make them look pretty. That's what I always say. I'm like the one that makes all the cakes for all the family birthdays and everything else. But because of COVID, I haven't necessarily got to do some of my cake decorating classes like I like, but I will be sure to share any creations that I happen to make. But very exciting. I wish I could try some right now, to be honest with you. Butterfinger is one of my favorites. So, so with that, I think, we have a few more minutes. We're almost at the Q&A. Let me see just if any questions have come in. Okay, cool. So before we jump into some of these questions, we do have one waiting for us. I did want to hear more about, what you're doing with Brand Innovators. I know you're participating in some other panels throughout the week and the time, in the future weeks. So please, if you can, share more about that, because I'm sure some of our participants would love to join those conversations as well.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be sitting in on a round table on Thursday around cultural relevance. So, what I'll say about Brand Innovators is their events, whether it's roundtables, networking dinners, live casts such as this one, have truly been invaluable for me. Brand Innovators does a great job of connecting the marketing community together. And honestly, everyone who's streaming this, I would encourage to take advantage of the many events and resources that Brand Innovators have to offer, and to really continue to help us within the industry connect and network and learn from one another. So I would encourage everyone to get involved as much as possible.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, there's a lot of great things coming up. So you mentioned that roundtable on Thursday. So for anybody that's not already registered, make sure you get registered. I think it's going to be a great discussion. So with that, I'll go ahead and ask you the question that came in. So this came in, Stella from Shopkick here. Do you ever partner across brands like with Babe Ruth or, 100,000 Bar or Fannie Mae, any type of, brand partnerships? Do you guys explore those often?
Yeah, so I will say we have a portfolio of brands here at Ferrero that we call, specifically within the mainstream chocolate segment. So we have Butterfinger, Crunch, Baby Ruth, 100 Grand. So what we tend to do is, yes, Butterfinger as the flagship, we have a lot of programs that we bring to market, whether it's from gaming or, BFI or what have you. What we make sure is that we definitely bring our other brands along the journey as well. So specifically what that means is if it's an opportunity to buy a product to get an exclusive opportunity, as I mentioned with gaming, that is opened up to the entire portfolio. Okay. And then on top of that, we make sure to include the other brands, especially iconic, the iconic brand of Crunch and Baby Ruth, onto those displays as well, so that we leverage our flagship, and our beacon brand of Butterfinger and the yellow to really help bring the other brands along that journey with us.
Yeah, no, and I think that's really smart. I think anytime that you can, help represent the entire portfolio or multiple, items within the portfolio, that's always a great idea because, at the end of the day, people have their preferences. So by kind of highlighting multiple products within your portfolio, you can ensure that you're really, reaching that consumer with whatever product it is that they tend to buy, in their daily life. So very cool. Thank you, Stella, for that question. We have another one here. What product or brand have you worked on that you feel was the most innovative at the time, and why?
So, listen, this is gonna, I don't mean to cue it because I'm working on the brand right now. I worked on some great iconic brands in this category, and there, a lot of brands who really look to drive new product innovation. I wanted to really focus this conversation on Butterfinger because many times it is really hard to really revitalize an iconic brand for a new set of consumers. So as much as I value and appreciate the work that I've done and the new products that I helped launch on other brands within this category, I will say having to stretch ourselves on my team as marketers to think differently and to really move with speed and to connect this brand to a new generation and solely focusing on the core and not having, that new shiny object, but really focusing and revitalizing the core business has been one of the biggest within my career opportunities that I've garnered. And to see the results, to see Butterfinger growing double digits, to be seeing Butterfinger being awarded, being featured as case studies, I must say, again, not because it's just, the brand I'm on right now, it truly has been a highlight. So, within my career.
Yeah, no, I think thanks for sharing that. I think you make a lot of great points there. I'm sure, a lot of people think, the most fun things to work on are the new things, but what can really be really fun is the challenge that's presented in front of you to take, like you said, a known iconic brand and reach a new consumer and let them see why, this product is so special. So I'm sure that's been really fun to do along the way. And obviously, as you've shared today, you've done a lot of cool things to help achieve that goal, with working with gaming influencers and building out the BFI, which I just truly, truly love. I think you've been able to really take that challenge and dominate it, in my opinion, with some of these activations you've been able to come up with. So we do have another question, but I selfishly want to ask you one myself. So I'm just curious, coming from the vendor side, what does marketing and planning look like for you now? And what are you most excited for as we kind of close out 2021 and go into 2022? Are you planning farther ahead because of this new crazy normal that we're in? Or is it really more of, kind of in the moment, this is what we're seeing, and so this is what we're going to do?
Yeah, no, we're actually about to really kick off our next year of planning. We need to, as much as it's a tale of two stories, I always say. You have to be nimble, but you also have to plan ahead. And especially within the CPG world, we tend to have, as many of us who are on the line know, longer lead times with packagings and displays and, getting partnerships together. So you have to start early. And I'm very excited about seeing how we can continue to really elevate what's working on the brand to date and continue to drive that. But to your point, we also need to make sure we're being nimble. So as much as we plan ahead, we also dedicate time, money, resources to ensure that we can be agile with our plans and jump upon what's happening. Whether it's, the short-term social to, maybe some innovation, as I mentioned. You just need to plan ahead, but also have the team in place and the nimbleness and the agility to pivot in real time, but also jump upon something that is really true and core to your brand that may be happening in real time.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think, I'm always giving kudos to the brands that are planning ahead, but at the same time, like you said, you have to be able to move in the moment. And so by you guys really, being thoughtful in that way and allocating some of your resources for some of that real time activity that's happening, you are able to do both, and be successful in doing both. So very cool. Thanks for answering my question. We do have another one here, specific around the influencers and what you're doing there. So for you, you talked about the micro influencers, or really, do you try to balance macro and micro influencers? What does that look like when you guys are kind of strategizing your influencer activations?
Yes, 100%. I would say overall, no matter micro or macro, we first start with, does this influencer really evoke organically the tone and the personality that matches the brand? Mm-hmm. I think, when we first start off looking for influencers, you want to make sure that what they're organically, whether it's a macro or micro, what they're putting out there on their own without any brand partnerships really align, because that's, one of the biggest step forwards. And again, I would say even with macro influencers, it doesn't really connect well. And you don't really see that authenticity when you're just partnering with someone just for their following base. Folks see through that, and then you can also see it in the engagement numbers. So there are moments in time where we do partner with macro influencers because it meets the objectives they have a particular, organically, they love the brand, or their personality or their persona really matches. Well, you know, for us, it's really that one of a kind, self-directed person that really stands out and really owns who they are. If they match that, that's great. And if they meet our objectives and if we believe that they will garner the engagement that we were looking for, of course. But, you know, there are many of times where micro influencers really have worked even stronger for us. And it allows us to span a wider net of influencers to partner with. And we really see the passion come through both from those influencers, but also the followers. And that's what's most important, is they become the voice of your brand in those moments. And how are their followers receiving and the brand at that time? And we, you know, some of these mid to smaller influencers, you definitely see that excitement and that engagement come through.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think, again, kind of what we were talking about earlier, engagement rate is more important than followership, you know, and I, as a consumer myself that's on social, I can clearly tell when something is like forcefully sponsored versus like authentically sponsored, you know, like at the end of the day, we know these influencers are working with brands and that they may be getting paid for that partnership, but based off what they've posted in the past or what they talk about in their daily, you know, feed, really affects the way in which I engage with that content and how I view that message and how I perceive it, you know, so very interesting and very much aligned with just how I think as well as a consumer. So with that, I just want to take a moment to pause. I think we're about at time. So, but if not, Ryan, let us know and we'll keep it going. All right.
We are, but happy to keep it going.
I was about to say, we can keep going. I haven't been kicked off yet. No. Oh, hey there, Ryan.
So that was just the first half. We're just going to let you keep going for the rest.
Perfect. Yeah.
I unfortunately do have to call it there. But it is one of those things where, you know, we'd love to pick up this conversation at another point in time. And for our listeners at home and for Melanie and Miguel, I hope it goes without saying that, you know, if our audience has any questions, to use that chat window down below to ask you those questions there, shoot you a message on your LinkedIn. And connect with you at that point, you know, to keep the conversations rolling. That's what we want to do. We want to continue to build a network and a community here where we can educate and we can share our thoughts and ideas. So thank you both for your time.
Oh, it was wonderful. Thank you for having me.
A great time. Thank you, Ryan and Brand Innovators, and Melanie, thank you for facilitating a great chat.
Oh, of course. Yes. Miguel, thanks for the great conversation. So couldn't have done it without you, obviously, but it was great. Thank you guys all around.
All right.
Awesome. Well, we are going to move on to our next segment. And with our next segment, we're going to have the Senior Director of Marketing for Schlotzsky's under Focus Brands. And that director is Casey Tyrell. This is a great conversation who our moderator, Scott Schnars, is going to be discussing with us from Cloudinary's America division. That's the VP of Sales. That's Scott. And Scott's going to be the one who's going to be steering this ship. And I will be passing it off to him in just a moment here. And what we'll do is we'll have my colleague on the back end promote our speakers to this virtual stage, and we'll keep the event moving forward. Casey, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Pretty well. Thank you for asking. I see we've got Scott here as well. Scott, what's happening?
Yeah, it looks like everything worked. It's a miracle.
It never ceases to amaze me when technology does exactly what it's supposed to do, right?
I love it. I love it. Ryan, thanks so much for having us here.
Absolutely. Scott, you're steering this conversation. Would love to turn the steering wheel over to you to drive this one, and I'll see you both in a little bit.
Would be fantastic, Ryan. Thanks so much for your time. As Ryan mentioned, my name is Scott Schnars. I'm the Vice President of Sales for Cloudinary. I think most people know who Cloudinary is, but for those who don't, Cloudinary has more than 8,000 customers. We have over 1 million developers, and we've quickly become the leading media experience platform for web developers and marketers alike in order to manage their images, their videos, other rich media assets, and to deliver an optimal end user experience. You can learn more about that by looking at cloudinary.com. And Casey, you want to give us a high level introduction, and then we can jump into some of these questions.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm a senior director of marketing on the Schlotzsky's brand. So we're part of Focus Brands. So Focus Brands is divided into restaurant and then 4 specialty. So we have Moe's, McAllister's, obviously Schlotzsky's, and then 4 on the specialty side are pretty iconic brands. So Cinnabon, Auntie Anne's, Jamba Juice, and Carvel. So just a bit about me. So I joined this year. I came from AB InBev, where I was on the DTC side. So worked in a global role. Before that, I've really been in restaurants for a while. So ran marketing and global brand for Le Pain Quotidien, LPQ in New York. Was with Bloomin' Brands for a little while. Started out restaurant side with Burger King in 2011, which was a hell of a ride.
That's awesome.
Before that, I mean, I started out life as an Army officer. I was a West Point graduate, did a finance MBA kind of in between. So been around, seen a few different things, but I've really been in restaurant and food and bev for a while.
But it's amazing when you go down that list of brands, how many meals of just individuals that you've had influence over, which is, to me, that's just really amazing. I mean, millions and millions of people.
Yeah, I can't remember what the McDonald's number is. It's like 20 zillion or something. I mean, maybe I'll get my own leaderboard up there.
I love it. I love it. So tell us a little bit about your current role at Focus and more specifically at Schlotzsky's. What are you working on?
Sure. So I look after really brands, so media, product, field. It's kind of a little bit of everything, but we're also a Cinnabon franchisee. So all of our 300 plus of our restaurants have Cinnabon as well. So it's an interesting challenge to have both. But really, the Schlotzsky's side. I mean, I used to go to Schlotzsky's in high school, and there was a time where the brand had gotten up to 800 some odd units. It IPO'd. And unfortunately contracted back down. So, it's an interesting role to be in because, there's a huge presence nationally, but obviously not as many restaurants as we have. We're on a great plan to grow, to get really back to, a few more hundred units in the next couple of years. But really my role is kind of steward of the brand and, leading the marketing team. Obviously we have a CMO as well, Nicole, who's amazing, who just came over from Carvel. I'll give her a little plug. And so really on my side, a lot of it's on the media and things that we're going to talk about a little later, Scott.
And, so you mentioned you joined about a year ago. What motivated you to join Focus? What was the exciting opportunity for you there?
Sure. So I'd kept an eye on Focus for a long time. Working at Bloomin', my boss international, Mike Kehoe, had come over. He's actually now at Subway, but the way restaurants work in F&B, especially, everybody knows everybody. Okay. It's just kind of one of those communities, right? But those are really iconic brands. They've been doing some really interesting things. Really, really enjoyed my time at ABI, but was living in New York in the middle of the city. We had our second kid in the middle of a pandemic. Living in 700 square feet in Manhattan was awesome. But having a baby with you in your
having that additional roommate is that's a tough one.
Yeah, neither of them pay rent, so that's kind of a drag. Yeah, but no, but if it was kind of lifestyle, but I also wanted to get back into the restaurant side. Really enjoyed CPG. Really love what I do. DTC was awesome, but a role came up in here, and it was a unique challenge on a brand that I knew and really loved. But also being able to kind of like back at Bloomin', be with a few other brands as well and learn.
That's exciting. Now you have a really impressive background when it comes to digital transformation. And digital transformation is one of those things that if you ask 100 people, you're going to get 100 different answers of what DT actually is. I'm curious, how do you, first question is, how do you define it?
Yeah, I think it's really where the organization is. I mean, it was with orgs where they had a website and it looked like Amazon for the 90s, and that was it. There was no data capture, there was nothing. And taking that organization from really kind of one to all the way into getting into pretty advanced data gathering, loyalty, e-com, all of these things. So it really, to me, it kind of depends on where you are, but just a transformation in general is just upping your game digitally and trying to be less reliant on kind of offline analog. And again, it just depends on where the organization is, what your goals are. But what we've seen in the pandemic is DTC, especially, and e-com, they are king. It doesn't mean that drive-throughs and in-store and these other things are going to go away. That's the majority of a lot of our sales in restaurants still. But if you don't have that e-com loyalty component, really now you're really behind the 8 ball.
So tell us a little bit about what Focus is working on when it comes to digital transformation. And you know, I've looked at the site, I've been to the stores. You guys are beyond the Amazon 1995 website. Where would you stack yourself right now at Schlotzsky's, and what is the goal to get to 3 or 5 years down the road with a full digital transformation process?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's benchmarking against some of the really good ones out there. So, you know, the Chipotle's of the world, Starbucks, Domino's. I mean, Domino's that are really interesting. It's been years ago now, but they really said that they're digital. You know, they're a tech company that delivers pizzas. So yeah, so that type of, okay, where are you in digital transformation? Who do you want to be? There's a lot of vendor things that are out there, but at least for Stepher, I mean, there was a lot of things at ABI that doing this globally was a huge challenge, but deciding to build instead of just bringing in a vendor. So, you know, we had chosen VTEX, we built on top of that and essentially built like an Olo, you know, in e-commerce for all the customer bars and the ones that we owned. So here, obviously, you know, Focus is way further down the road, but there's things I think everybody is focusing on of how do I make the guest experience less friction, right? So how much can I integrate? What do I have to build versus what do I partner with? But at the end of the day, it's about driving traffic and sales. And the UX and UI components, especially making sure that those are about as easy for a guest to complete to cart as you can. So we're really focusing on what is the best for the consumer and for our guests. I think that's what everybody in F&B and restaurant do. But specifically, it is on that user experience.
That's great. And I kind of gave you a 3 to 5 year horizon, but is digital transformation something that ever ends? Do you ever get to that point, you know, 3 years from now and go like, oh man, we're done, we can kick our legs up? Or are we, you know, in 3 years, we're going to have to go through this, you know, kind of iterative process again?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's something that it's just, I mean, I'd say even just business in general, right?
Yeah.
Like Quicken and all that, but it's a constant journey. Your digital transformation was funny. I mean, I've, you know, really great colleagues who are very, very smart and better than me at this, but that was something at Outback, you know, almost 10 years ago, that was something in the digital roadmap was we were looking at this timeline and we're like, well, wait a minute, this is never going to end. And it was this realization and kind of in the beginnings of the digital world of, we just discovered X. Okay, well, that came out of nowhere. It's just going to keep going on forever. So there's so much with convergence of technology and personalization and all these things happening that it's something that new tech comes out, things change. I mean, Google and Apple and Facebook basically canceling third-party cookies, that threw everybody for a loop. That kind of pushed up your digital transformation as far as first party and own goes. So you have to be extremely nimble, but also keep long-term what your business goals are.
Yeah. And do you see the companies that you've worked for, do you see digital transformation being more of a business efficiency type of strategy, or is it more of a competitive advantage type of strategy?
I think it's both.
Okay.
Right. So it's the filling the funnel. Sure. I mean, that's always trying to, and more of the, I guess, a brand flywheel these days, but how do I talk to my guests and consumers, how they want to be spoken to, where they are, kind of fish where the fish are. And the old thinking of kind of the push mentality down you're going to hear my message on broadcast and these traditional channels, obviously is really moved to a pull. So the consumers have a lot more power. They can have direct conversations with you one-to-one as a brand and really tell you things. But there's a lot in the digital space and you can't just shout at consumers anymore. You have to get a lot of real-time feedback. I think data is really king. But yeah, I just digital transformation, just digital in general it has to be a business goal of everyone because this is where consumers like to interact. I mean, most people on their phones, that kind of thing. But it is something that you can get a lot of efficiencies on, obviously. So the cost of e-com not really with third-party delivery, but there's ways that you can get some efficiencies there, especially in labor and unit economics. But I'll always caveat this with people want to have an experience still, and not everything is going to move to a phone, to a digital experience, especially on the restaurant side. And that's something we learned at ABI is that we had bars and restaurants when during the pandemic, we had really great e-com systems that our teams had built. But when bars reopened in Bogota, they wanted to go talk to a bartender. They didn't want to just sit on their phone and order something. So we had all of these wonderful tools, but it was such a welcome break for them to actually interact with another human that they, there wasn't as much adoption as we thought there would be,
Oh, that's interesting. So I want to ask you a question about your time at AB InBev. Before I do so, I want to use this as a reminder to ask questions in the chat. You've got the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window there. It's a great opportunity to ask Casey any questions about his experience at Schlotzsky, Focus, or AB InBev, or during his career, kind of building digital transformation experiences for some of these big brands. So during your time at AB InBev, I'm curious, how does marketing to these independent bars and restaurants that you work with differ from marketing to the company-owned stores at Focus?
Sure. So we had a unique challenge because not a lot of people know this, but we have 600 bars and restaurants that ABI owns. So not in the US, there are some, but because of the tiered system, and there's some things with, prohibition laws, outside of the US is really where we played a lot with direct to consumer. So had a complete vertical that was stood up. I think that got pushed into overdrive during the pandemic. So that, the company did a really good job of seeing this come. So because we had bars and restaurants in China that we had to shut down in January, we knew this thing was coming. So we're able to kind of build a big war chest, tell all of our customers, 6 million customer bars and restaurants as well. But because we had our own, and we had a bunch of C stores and these other things in this vertical, we were able to stay pretty nimble. But at the same time, it is a different challenge, right? So we would have a Budweiser bar, say in Shanghai, and we get a lot of data and insights that we'd be able to tell the brand of, hey, Budweiser or Goose Island in London, there's a perfect case study of that. You have an aspirational buyer persona or target of, 26 to 30-year-old explorer and all these things, and that's who you want the brand to be. But I can tell you who actually comes into a Goose Island bar, and it ain't that guy. So at the same time, it was good because then the brand was just given more information. Okay, that's true. That's who's coming in, but are they coming in because aspirationally they love what we're doing as a brand with these Target, the Explorer archetype and those things. And so it was very similar. I guess it was kind of a twofold challenge of we have to drive sales and traffic to our own bars and restaurants, but get a lot of data to be able to inform the rest of the organization. And then also be able to share that with all of our customers as well. We didn't see ourselves as competing because if you put, a bar in Shanghai, there was elevation of our brands at all of our customer bars as well. So there really wasn't an antagonistic thing. But at the end of the day, it was really about how can we better serve our customer bars while we also learn more about our brands. Yeah.
And who is the Goose Island kind of target customer now? Or who is actually showing up?
Yeah, I mean, it was, really Scott was like guys like us, kind of 40s, couple kids, you wanted to come in and have a good craft beer in a cool place. And maybe you were attracted in because of who Goose Island is trying to talk to. Yeah. But that brand team has it locked down. They know exactly what they're doing, but it was more of, hey, here's another data point where, maybe it can inform the brand strategy.
And how did the brand react to that when they started? They went in with an assumption this is going to be the 26 to 35-year-old. I think you called it a traveler or explorer.
It's kind of explorer archetype. Yeah.
How did the brand react, and what were some of the things that you had to change when you learned about that?
Yeah, I think data is really king in a lot of CPG, obviously. So especially with DTC verticals, and it wasn't just us; it was our competitors and Coke and everybody else trying to learn more about the end user. So it's funny. I mean, we sold the most Fosters in the world, right? At Outback.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So the ABI brand. So yeah, reps would come in. Hey, you're still buying hectoliters of beer? That's great. Keep it up. And we had all of this data and insights on who is actually coming in and consuming the beer. So it was interesting, ABI really did solve that and say we should have our own and we should be a very data-oriented organization. So it was really good in the 3G Capital side. That is something that's definitely a good pillar of theirs is if you have data and you have evidence, that's going to win. And so it's good to change your perspective and not be married to things because the landscape changes constantly.
What about, let's shift gears a little bit, talk about first party versus third party technologies. What are some of the third party technologies that you're using to accomplish your DT strategy at Focus today?
Sure. So, I mean, we have some really great vendors. They're like the Yext of the world that we use for some things on location management. I mean, a lot of the stuff's public that's out there. But it's more of what do we take on in-house for strategy, as opposed to what we build and that sort of thing. So some of them, I'll just say just in general, not just a focus thing, that is always your first step is how much of do you want to rely on a vendor's essentially sprint plan and path for Agile, knowing that, hey, I've got these things that I need, but is it going to go into your plan as far as what most of your customers need, right? And it's choosing good vendors and partners that will customize and do things for you. So quick example is, with our current loyalty partner was things like tracking for attribution. And they were able to step in and say, hey, we'll add this to the platform. We'll do these things because, obviously we made a case because we needed it, but also everybody does too. But we've got a really great array of partners, but also we do a lot in-house and we do a lot of lifting here.
Oh, you do? Okay. So it is a bit of a build versus buy type of culture there.
Yeah, I think it just depends. We try to be agile minded like everybody else, but it really just kind of depends on the capability. So we have some really talented digital people in here, architects and other things, but that is just in general the rub between, do you bring in engineers and compete with the Googles and those guys while fighting for talent? ABI would very similar challenge of how much can we build because of who's out there and who we can actually bring in house, and then who do you rely on your partner for?
And do you find there's so many things to unpack there. Do you find that when you're evaluating technology, do you lean more heavily on what's the roadmap and your confidence for them to deliver? Or do you look at what is their level of flexibility to work with us and to support us for some of the things that we're asking for that may be unique to the market?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's both.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So I think it's us identifying as an organization, first of all, like who we are, what do we want to take on? So LPQ, we did a massive digital transformation and there were certain things that we wanted to take on and things that we just knew we couldn't. So contracted with, an agency and had them design and build certain things. So we were doing like a pay above solution with MasterCard, right? So not going to build that ourselves.
Yeah.
But there were things that we did want to build in-house and take on. So websites and that sort of thing that were a little bit easier. But I think it comes down to resources, right? And so what you're trying to do, there's certain things within food and bev we're never going to build our own POS. We're just not going to do it. So point of sale system. If you do, I think like Starbucks has an entire floor of engineers. That's amazing. But again, it comes down to like what is the cost benefit of us buying or using a partner versus doing this ourselves. And a lot of at least in my career, what it's broken down to is the user experience and the UI stuff in the front and what the consumer sees is what we tend to focus on the brand versus the back end, building, engineering, all of that, trying to outsource that to a vendor generally.
Yeah. What about video? Are you doing anything with video at Schlotzsky's today?
Yeah, so we rely pretty heavily on video for in-store experience. So we have digital menu boards in a lot of the restaurants. Okay. And that left side's always the feature panel. And at least with food and bev, right? I mean, video sells. So, I mean, stills, you have to see a product image. And that tends to be on a menu, what will sell. It's got to be part of the brand standard, right? So if you're fine dining, you're probably not going to put up a bunch of images of your food. But if you're QSR like us or even casual dining, it's amazing. If you show a still even, that product will move exponentially faster than something that's just the menu description. So taking that into video is even better. You can really show that sizzle. Chipotle does an awesome job with their banners, right? We're going to introduce this product on, the homepage, even just the website, and a video experience is just so much more, interesting to your eye. So we try to take on the same thing in restaurant, and wherever we can, we try to use video.
Well, I've noticed with so many of the QR menus that are floating around now, a lot of restaurants are starting to take advantage of that video experience directly from the menu. And it's, it does create a cooler, more interesting customer experience.
What about, sure. I mean, it's so visual, right? Like in a restaurant, there is like, I can tell you that something is tuna niçoise, that's pole caught in France. But if you show any type of an image that shows, that will sell or just entice much better than anything I could write.
Exactly. What about personalization? Can you talk a little bit about what you're working on from a personalization standpoint?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, let's start with that.
I think that's
unpack it.
Sure. I think that's the big challenge for brands is personalization, right? And so how do you get to a point where it is personalized? It's based on my data. I've opted in. I've given you all these things in loyalty. I really do want something that is personalized for me. And when does it get creepy of how did you know that I wanted these things? Wait a minute. So we're trying to, I'd say we lean a lot in just loyalty and gathering that data, the first party data side to understand, hey, you, Scott, love the original and you always get it with a Cinnabon. And, you know, maybe those are the things that when I start talking to you, especially with imagery, those are the things that are going to pop up. But personalization in general is a challenge because it is based on, you know, we're a brick and mortar location, right? And we're a brick and mortar store. And yeah, we've e-com like everybody else. But what's going to entice you to actually come in and order as opposed to, I just want you to come in and just buy whatever you'd like.
Yeah. That's amazing. So another opportunity, if you have questions, ask them in the chat. My next question is going to be around the future. Like when you think about futuristic technologies like AR and VR, is that something that you're starting to play around with? And if so, how? And if not, are you starting to see anybody who is playing around with that? And what are they doing that's interesting to you?
Yeah, we've played around with some AR, especially on social. I think social is kind of like the safe place to play around with it. We have some in-house content producers done some really cool stuff. A lot of it too with store design, especially VR, AR. So we're working on, we're rolling out 1,000 square foot and 1,800 square foot prototypes for Schlotzsky's. So those are, you know, classic two drive-through lanes. One side will be just pickup only. So digital orders, first party, third party, and the other side's more of a traditional drive-through. But I think eventually we'd all like to get to, you put on a VR headset and you could show a franchise candidate, this is what your store is going to look like. That would be an absolutely incredible thing to do. With AR, it's a little bit easier because you can just use filters and that kind of thing.
Right.
As far as the guest experience, I think nobody's really figured that out. If it's an immersive experiential thing, like you got a Harry Potter store right in Flatiron in New York, and there is a VR experience there, you would expect that.
Sure.
But within a restaurant, you know, that I think that there are some challenges and things, but as far as development and franchise sales and some of these the ways that we can actually show what a concept will look like, for sure.
That's a really great idea. That's really smart. I got one more question before we jump into the Q&A. And Ryan, I think we have about 10 minutes left?
Yeah, we've got you slated for another 12, 13 minutes on my end.
Perfect. So
just like pops in and out.
Right.
Whoa. We're not alone in the green void.
It's like the Wizard of Oz, just kind of popping up from out behind the curtain there. So when you think about, maybe you can impart some wisdom on the audience here in terms of a valuable lesson that you've learned over the last maybe year or a couple of years in your career that would be helpful, and what would be a key takeaway for them?
Yeah, with the pandemic, I think it's the old Mike Tyson quote, right? Of like, everybody's got a plan to get punched in the face. Sure. But the biggest thing I would say is really the focus on DTC and consumer, really what is best for my guests, what is best for me. And I think as marketers, we always try to think that way, but evangelizing within the building, the same of, yeah, I know that this, like you talked about before, Scott, of this is a business objective, but is this what is best for our guest? Because that's ultimately who should win. And we'll find other ways around it. But I think just in general, man, people are a lot tougher than you think you are, right? I think the COVID taught us all of that. I never expected to be walking down Lexington Avenue at 11 o'clock at night, walking my wife to give birth, in the middle of a pandemic. It was crazy. But also, being able to work from home, do it very quickly, be very nimble and agile. But I'd say the biggest thing that I think I could push just on the leadership side is be honest with your people, be upfront, be empathetic, all of those things. But you really have to level with people and be in it with them. So, my team at LPQ, we went through a really rough patch. We worked our asses off on a brand that ultimately, filed for bankruptcy. And I know Becky's on the line now, but being able to bring in talent that are incredible like she is, and then be able to tell them where things are going to be okay, and I'll tell you if they're not, and just being honest and upfront.
You said one of the first things you said is like you should do what's best for the consumer. How do you decide what's best? Like, who makes that ultimate decision if there's some disagreement about, we think this is going to be best and another group thinks that the other way is going to be best? At Focus, how do you weigh what is actually best in your mind?
Sure. I mean, we try to be data driven, and we use consumer insights research. We just ask people. So as a perfect example of some of our things with menus, or should we take this off? Should we put this on? Let's ask the guest, because I may like it from a PMix standpoint, product mix. The operations VP may hate it or love it based on operations. But if we talk to the guests and they say, if you take this off the menu or you add this, and we will love you or hate you, that's ultimately who should win. So I think look, we have to make money. It's a business. We can't give everything to everybody. It's business, as I always say, is an exercise in scarcity. But the first layer has got to be what guest responses are in research.
That's great. I mean, just be data driven, which is something we've all been learning over the last decade or so. It's awesome. We've got a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
From the audience. The first one is from Becky Miller, and Becky asked, I'm curious about how the franchise relationship works with Cinnabon, given both brands are in the same brand portfolio.
Yeah, great question. So we are sister brands, but these are actual franchise contracts that were signed. So, we have actual franchisees of Cinnabon. So we are treated like any other Cinnabon or any other Cinnabon franchisee, I would say. We have obviously a unique relationship because we're here, but the Cinnabon team does an amazing job from the brand side. So we really try to divide it up as a franchisor would of, help us drive traffic and sales, the brand, that sort of thing. Even though it's within a Schlotzsky's. But we're also doing some other things with, there's a Jamba Auntie Anne's concept that's together that's in Texas. So we're trying to find pretty innovative ways of, do we do franchise agreements? Do we not? How do we get our brands together and work better? And try to just find economies of scale and all those good ways of working. But at the end of the day, I'm a franchisee. So it's interesting to be on this side of the table for the first time ever.
Oh, I bet. The second question is from Mitzi Portwood, and Mitzi asked, what's your point of view on the role LTOs are driving new traffic or frequency versus driving revenue via core menu?
Yeah, and that's a great question. I think LTOs are all about driving new news and keeping brand relevancy. So, food and beverage, there's not much loyalty, especially on the QSR side. So people will go based on, hey, there's this new thing I want to try. The thing for me is, that's great. Get your brand message out. Does it have media hooks? Does it have PR hooks? Can it sustain? The challenge is, does it stay on the menu? So that second part of your question, Mitzi, about when does, is this better to focus on core? Kind of depends on your strategy, at least I think. But the perfect LTO is one that sells so well that either becomes like your Shamrock Shake and every March, it's coming, or just becomes a part of the core menu itself. So I think that's where the finance part of it comes in with PMix. Where did we shift? Was there cannibalizations, that kind of thing? And then making the determination as a brand. So everybody checks in, ops, marketing, finance. Is this something that should stay on? I think we always talk about a core message. That's just your core menu, that's your brand. That's who you are. You need to talk about it. But peppering in new news, I think it's depends again on, Burger King, we'd have something like 12 LTOs a year, but we also had a huge budget. We had a lot of things that we could talk about. And so budget tends to dictate how much you can really scream. I personally believe in fewer, bigger, better, making things more impactful. Is that the best media strategy? Because, you have to spread out your media dollars over a longer period. But answer the question, I think LTOs and core menu have to work together based on the brand strategy, but really one is about new news, getting kind of media out there, and the other is about maintaining your current guest.
One of the follow-up questions that Mitzi asked is, how is Schlotzsky's keeping things fresh for the guests? So maybe you can kind of expand on that a little bit more.
Yeah. So this whole year, really, that was kind of the brand relaunch, is that we went back to bigger portions of protein, bigger portions of meat. And that was, it's a mouthful as our campaign. So you could get a sandwich that's as big as your head at Schlotzsky's. And that was something that was part of the original brand. And so that was something, just going back to that core was very exciting for us, because it was finding what does our guests really want from us, and then how do we expand out from there. So the other part is pizza. I think we're the only brand that one of the only brands that you can get a pizza through a drive-through. And so that's something that has been an awesome impact for us. Something that, the innovation side we're able to build on top of, but we try to keep things kind of fresh and updated and fun with our, bakery credibility, because we bake everything, all the bread in-house. It comes from scratch. There is a baker in every Schlotzsky's that sits and actually does it by hand. And so how do we take those core things and then make them more fun? And then adding in really our campaign and branding through the year. The other side too is just like we talked about, the digital transformation and technology side. So how do we talk to our guests the way that they want to be talked to, make it frictionless, as easy as possible? So that's a big thing for us, is on the loyalty and first party side.
That's good stuff. Allison asked a question. What's your take on visual branding that didn't occur to you before? And you could tie it even specifically to when you joined Schlotzsky's.
Yeah, so it's something we've noticed just looking at brand in general. So we do a lot of testing. We use great media partners, Nielsen's, those of the world. But looking at our marks, rights, everything else, all the logos that we have, what's impactful, colors, fonts. So the Viz ID, we had been Austin Eatery for a few years. That was a different concept than Viz ID and brand. We've moved back to what the core of Schlotzsky's is, and trying to really find that essence in those core colors. But we've noticed really throughout is that there's a lot of simplification going on with Viz ID and with brand. So Burger King's a great example. It's funny, like the 1970s have kind of come back, right? And so a lot more rounded, a lot more simple. If you look at good exercise is just look on your phone at your apps and just see those icons, how those have changed. They're a lot less, the HBO Max one's a great one. It's a lot more rounded. It's interesting just to see from a Viz ID standpoint in general, that these sharp edges, a lot of detail is going away. It's getting more simple. And so we're trying to incorporate a lot of that into our brand as well. But the other thing I would say at Schlotzsky's is the food is the hero, right? So anything within our Viz ID, the food needs to stand out. A giant original is the core of our brand. So when somebody comes in, they get that on a plate or in a bag, that's what they're looking forward to. And that's what they're going to focus on, not copy, not messaging. How do you make the product stand out?
That's great. Now, as a Californian that hasn't traveled in a long time, I've got to ask. You mentioned you're going to open up a bunch of stores here in the next couple of years. Any world where one's coming to California?
I think so. I don't want to give away too much, right?
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I think you'd be pleasantly surprised at what our footprint will look like, right? But hey, I would be a good focus marketer if I didn't talk about the other brands. Come to all 7 of us. I mean, a Carvel cake is something that if you're not from the Northeast or not familiar with it, it is heaven. But obviously the other brands as well. So if you can't get to a Schlotzsky's, there's McAllister's, Moe's, there's everybody.
Yep, we got a Jamba right down the street from our house. It's awesome.
Perfect.
We hit that a lot. I think that's all the time that we have, Casey. I really appreciate the time and you taking a couple of minutes to chat with us here this morning. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. This was awesome.
Great. Ryan, back to you. We've lost Ryan.
We can go freestyle here for a little bit, right? In a riff.
There we go. What so when you think about, let's go back to the digital transformation piece a little bit. And when you think about that, like, how do you go justify the budget for something like that? You go, okay, I want to do X project. Like, what's the conversation like to have to say, okay, we want to do X project. Here's what it's going to do for us. And it kind of goes back to that question that I had about, is it a competitive advantage or is it a business efficiency?
Yeah, I think everybody understands that digital transformation is something, and getting first party data. I think it gets easy, right? When somebody at Google says, no more third party cookies. Right. Okay. So I need to build as much as I can, but it all comes down to ROI and cost benefit. So we try to build things out of, okay, how many more guests do I need to drive? How much more the business profitability, the EBITDA side do I need to drive? So these decisions kind of like build themselves in a way. The 3G Capital way is doing zero-based budgeting. So justify this but you need to give me break evens. You need to give me a lot of finance work. And I think as the marketer, you got to live in numbers and data anyway. but being able to justify, hey, I'm going to connect with these amount of guests and drive this much more traffic and sales if I can build this capability for X amount of dollars. That's just part of the job now.
Yeah. Well, and we talked about having like a team of developers who can help you with some of those in-house things that you want to build. Do you also have an in-house finance person on your team that can help you with those justifications as well?
Yeah, we sure do. He's
Great.
awesome. He's a great guy.
That's good.
And so that's always one of the filters of, hey, what do you think about this? Help us. And so we never do anything from a place without data or justification. So it's not what I want. It's not what Tori, our brand president, wants. What does the research say? What does the data say? What does finance, operations? And then we make a decision.
And let's rock and roll on it. Cool. Ryan, I see you've joined us again. I think we're right at the 11 o'clock hour, or 11 o'clock here on the West Coast.
Yes, gentlemen. Somehow, some way, we have made it to the end of our session. It's crazy how fast it goes, right?
Casey, this was great. I really appreciate the time. And Ryan, thank you so much for hosting us, and to Brand Innovators for being great hosts.
Thank you
Absolutely.
guys. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely.
Scott,
Thank you.
thank you so much for taking care of our moderating for this session. You did a great job. And
Thank you.
Casey, it's always insightful to hear your perspective. And gentlemen, I hope to see you back on our virtual stage soon. And if we're lucky, in person at some point over the next few weeks and coming months.
Fingers crossed. South by Southwest next year.
We're aiming on it.
Awesome.
We're going to be there. We're going to be in ad week. We'll be out for advertising week as well. I'm out in New York City. So if you're in the area, definitely let me know. We have a lot cooking and would love to have, we're going to be putting on a crazy, amazing event, 4-day event, which we'll share at the end of this live cast. But if anybody's interested, please feel free to use that chat window and I can personally send you some information.
Wonderful. Ryan,
Well, if
Casey,
you're going to
thank you
South
both.
by, if you're going to South by, you have to give Schlotsky's plug because that's the mothership. That was the first one in South Congress. So come see us.
There we go. Cool. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. So we are going to be moving on to our next stage. And unfortunately, we didn't plan ahead to give this person a major motion picture introduction, complete with music, background, visuals, and all that. But regardless, we are happy to introduce James Stewart Cullen, the Senior Marketing Director with Brands and Original Strategy at Paramount Plus and a division of Viacom CBS. Did everyone follow that? I said a lot there. I hope everyone picked up what I was putting down. We have an amazing moderator. That's Deirdre Lester, CRO at Barstool Sports. Want to welcome our two next speakers right now. Looks like we're here. How's everybody doing today?
Doing good. Thanks for having us.
We didn't get the memo about the green.
Yeah.
Well, not to worry at all, because the real value here is for the audience to be able to listen to this conversation. And as a reminder for our audience at home, we are here live right now. So please use that chat window down below to talk amongst yourselves and use that Q&A widget to ask your questions. And Deirdre, I would love to turn the virtual stage over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ryan. It's nice to see you as always. And thanks for having us. Always love the Brand Innovator sessions and been tuning into some of the conversations today about marketing innovation. So it's a great topic. And, I thought it'd be great to start out here. We obviously have an incredible guest in James Stewart Cullen, who I just had the pleasure to meet earlier this week and really enjoyed our warm-up conversation to this. So I thought it would be great a little bit to hear James, from you about, your background at Viacom CBS, Paramount Plus, and kind of what your remit is, just so everyone on the call knows kind of what you're doing, what your priorities are, and what you're working on day to day.
Yeah, of course. So I've been at Viacom CBS, which when I joined was just CBS Interactive for 5 years this month. Was the first person hired in the original series group. At the time, CBS All Access was a nascent streaming service that was designed to, support, I would say, VOD viewership of the CBS catalog and, the live streams of Big Brother and the live stream of the CBS local feed. And I think, they started to understand that the pickup and adoption of the service was strong. And so they wanted to attempt to put original programming on the service. And so I joined to help lead that effort from a marketing perspective. First program was The Good Fight, which was a a spinoff of the Good Wife series, and then followed that quickly with the successful Star Trek Discovery series, its first season in September of 2017. So I think, you know, we've obviously scaled the platform, rebranded it since then. I think the amount of original content that we're putting on the service, you know, is immensely more than we've had over the course of in the life cycle of the service. So it's been exciting to kind of be along that journey since the start.
Yeah, you talked about that a little bit, and I want to unpack some of what you just talked about. But I think one of the key points I had jotted down is that in like 2019, you had more originals in June of 2021 than you had in all of 2019. So talk about how much that has scaled from an original content standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the rapid kind of repositioning of a lot of these entertainment companies around focusing on, you know, the streaming service being the primary kind of revenue vehicle for a lot of the companies out there has allowed for a significant amount of content to be debuted on the streaming service initially. And I think because the models have proved out to be, extremely valuable for these entertainment companies, and that's why we've seen a rapid scaling of original content. When you look at the market research and data and why people choose different streaming services, of course, exclusive programming is in the top list amongst, I think, things like value and depth of catalog. And so I think, for us, the important thing is that Viacom CBS has a ton of IP to mine, given the historic brands that exist underneath the Viacom CBS umbrella. And it's been fun to partner with a lot of the different, iconic, legacy brands like MTV, Paramount Pictures, Nickelodeon, and bring in some of that, I would say, nostalgic content that exists out there, things like iCarly, and or some of the current stuff that still continues to deliver a market, like a RuPaul or The Challenge. I think it's been a fun last few months as we kind of scale out the exclusive programming slate.
I personally really enjoyed watching Younger. It's a great show, great program. Yeah, so talk about that a little bit, like in terms of like what's whether it's originals or all of the great content that you just mentioned, the different networks within the Viacom CBS family. Is it originals that's driving net new customers, or is it the originals that are keeping people like hooked into your network? You're obviously in like the white hot space of, all of the major media outlets launching and promoting their OTT platforms and trying to drive consumers into a subscription product. Like, how does that balance work in terms of bringing in new subscribers and then trying to retain them when you can, I was looking at your offerings just yesterday, and you can sign up but also cancel anytime.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think right now, our company is focused aggressively on acquisition, just because I think there's so much opportunity and still a ton of consumers quite not yet served with the perfect kind of streaming bundle or package that they might desire. And I think we play a key role in that kind of perfect entertainment streaming package. I think that the things that are huge drivers for us are, of course, the big exclusive original content series. I think one of the unique things about our service in particular is that we have live sports programming on the service. Things like NFL on CBS during the fall. We recently beefed up our sports programming slate that's exclusive to us, things like Champions League and a ton of different iconic soccer leagues across the world, including Serie A. And so I think for us, it's a little bit more of a having different types of content slates that hit specific audience sets. And so whether you're a sports fanatic, you love reality TV, you have an appetite for big dramas or sci-fi, we of course also have the full Star Trek catalog in our service, and are releasing. We have 5 current Star Trek series right now, which is crazy to say, and more on the horizon. And we also have the Halo series coming to our service. And I think that's going to be an exciting endeavor for sci-fi fans. So really the acquisition drivers are those big tentpole items, but the depth of the catalog, the niche programming that hits certain audience subsets within our user base, the nostalgic programming that we're bringing in. And then the fifth one that's consistently been a great retention vehicle for us are the film catalogs that we're adding to the service now. And we've beefed up that slate too. And I think that allows for a nice kind of amount of content that people can engage with on a consistent basis within the service.
You guys recently put out an offer, I think it was recently, to allow consumers a bundle of Paramount Plus and Showtime. Can you talk a little bit about that strategy and how that's working for you?
Yeah, it's an exciting partnership for us. You know, obviously Showtime being a part of the Viacom CBS family too, it just made natural sense for us to put a combined offer into the marketplace to help. I think, again, going back to kind of the main key points, to showcase value for the consumer. I think it also allows for an ease of a kind of central destination for people to watch all of those kind of premium dramas that exist from Showtime. And also all of the great programming and live sports programming that we have on our service. So I think it was a value play. I mean, we're looking for, to drive, again, acquisition and market. Those are two iconic brands, Paramount and Showtime, and putting them together, I think, just made natural sense in order to kind of, again, increase that acquisition in the space.
Got it. So 5 years is a long time in our world, in our lifetime, working in media and advertising and marketing, and so much has happened in that time in just the Viacom CBS realm, and then even the greater landscape. But during the COVID time that we've all been kind of suffering through, your area, streaming and the cord cutting activity of your traditional cable subscriber has just been accelerated due to a lot of factors, right? So I would imagine, your approach to marketing your service, and you also went through, massive rebranding during that, last couple of years as well. But your approach to marketing and reaching new consumers to come into, your service has had to change, just given the media consumption habits having rapidly changed. So talk a little bit about that process, how it changed during that period, and then what has it done to change, longer term, how you think about reaching consumers?
Yeah, I mean, I think the merging of the company aside, I think COVID, of course, has impacted all of us in terms of how we market. One of the first things that we ask our team to do as we look at kind of core strategies for any show that we release or any big marketing campaign, but specifically shows, is how do we make this show feel big? And I think that's the first big question that we ask, our marketing strategists on the team and our creative leads to figure out. And I think, during the COVID era, it's been more challenging because the traditional marketing levers that you pull to make, series or campaigns feel big may have lost their amount of, I would say, exposure appetite. And so what I mean by that is, generally you would pull the lever of big out-of-home activations and broader kind of out-of-home campaigns. You'd have those experiential touch points throughout the kind of the country that allow for fans to interact and engage, in person with an IP they may be excited about. Obviously, during COVID, both of those things, especially in-person activations, went away, and out-of-home, there's less people outside driving around, or commuting and transit kind of media, doesn't have the same amount of exposure as it traditionally did. And so, I think what it made us do is actually be really much better at how do we really understand what the audience is doing, reset that conversation, work with our BI team to kind of really understand what type of, where are people going and how do we be impactful in those spaces during a time that's really unprecedented for any of us that we were living through, let alone, not being in the office and having kind of those collaborative aha moments that often happen in person. And so I think, we had to reset that and again, be research focused, be data driven, and understand what media spaces are going to be where we reach consumers. And one example that I'll bring from the Star Trek space is, Star Trek traditionally has been a convention circuit and in-person impacted kind of IP. The Comic-Cons, the Star Trek conventions of the world are where you're able to reach fans directly and make lasting memories that keep them engaged with that property for a while. And so we had to ask ourselves, how can we bring the convention world to people in a COVID era? And so we rallied around a historic moment for Star Trek, which is we kind of reignited the Star Trek Day celebration in 2020. We did a virtual capture of over 60 different Star Trek talent from across the world, and brought that kind of panel convention moment to the fans in 2020. And we also used that as a marketing vehicle and accelerator for the current programming, dropping trailers, promotional items, et cetera. And we added a charitable component to it that I think was well received by the fandom and beyond. And so in 2020, we did that to much fare, and it was exciting. And so we challenged ourselves this year, can we do this in person, even in kind of, a tough COVID time? And we were able to work with our COVID task force and our events team to build out a kind of incremental Star Trek Day celebration that we did in person live at the Skirball Center, and with a live orchestra and hundreds of attendees, socially distanced in attendance. And again, using that kind of like experiential world and broadcasting it for free live across the globe is something that was a special moment to see, LeVar Burton and Jerry Ryan and George Takei up there celebrating, Star Trek legacy alongside all of our new Star Trek talent like Anson Mount, Sonequa Martin Green, et cetera. And I think, for us, those types of special things only happened because we were challenged to think harder in a time where, it was hard to be a marketer. And I think, we were excited to kind of put something on like that.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. First, the digital only initial Star Trek activation, and then the fact that you've been able to not only bring it back to being a live event with in-person attendees, but then you were also able to make it virtually accessible for those people that can't be there in person. And probably, do you think that going forward, that's how you approach all events or most events, given that, that allows you to bring more people in that normally just wouldn't travel regardless of COVID restrictions, or, just maybe some companies that don't give some younger employees or some fans that don't have the budgets to attend in person would love to have virtual access to these types of events?
Yeah, I think so. I think, we have to. I mean, there is certainly a clamor for it. I think, amalgamating the your promotional kind of items together creates kind of like this echo effect that allows for, incremental value of exposure to be added to your campaign delivery. And I think, as we look at the future and think about, what are some other ways that we could do something similar like Star Trek Day with our broader brand, I think, we're starting to see other brands kind of, do this as well. I think this past weekend, Netflix had its, inaugural To Doom event. It looks, later this quarter, Disney's putting on their Disney Plus Day. I think we're starting to see a lot of these streaming service brands wanting to make these eventized moments for these key properties that exist out there. And I think, we're in the same boat. It's critical to kind of get your content in front of people and showcase the value and the exciting stories that we're telling. And what a better way to do that than a kind of a free celebration of it to fans who are looking for that anyways. I think it's certainly valuable and something all of us will probably look to do in the future.
Yeah, and probably that experience just will keep improving upon it. I know on the B2B side, like we talked yesterday, we did our annual upfront presentation last week in New York City. We had over 300 people in attendance. We did not make that virtually accessible just because we thought that it would be loud and difficult if you weren't in the room to stay engaged. What we did was just film it all, package it up into a stream that includes all the highlight reels and then the speaking engagement aspect of it, and share that out to the folks that weren't here. But it is a challenge, right? Of like, how do you make an immersive experience in person really great while also making sure that you're mindful of the experience that person is having virtually, which, you know, you don't want them to feel, you want them to feel part of it. You don't want them to feel like they're on the outside looking in.
Yeah, I mean, it's complex. It definitely is. You put together these events, and you are kind of thinking about both opportunities, like how do we make that experiential in-person moment feel just as strong as someone who is watching it on their TV screen. I think certainly there's always going to be a lean towards, when you're there in person, there's something incrementally special about that than watching it taped or live. But I think there are still ways that you can use some of the interaction vehicles that exist out there nowadays in social media platforms to incrementalize the kind of interaction experience that you have with the digital stream of an event.
So James, you talked a little bit yesterday about different ways of reaching consumers, and you touched on it earlier too, in terms of like, the way you think about maybe out of home is different now. And as a marketer, you're challenged to think through a different lens of what mediums and what forms of advertising might reach and impact a consumer. And you talked a little bit about interruptive advertising versus a more relationship oriented style of advertising. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit for everyone? Because I think, in the spirit of innovation, I think that's probably what people are really interested to hear is like, what are you doing differently now, and what's working for you in terms of how you're, advertising your originals and overall your services to consumers?
Yeah, I mean, I think, there certainly is, a value to things like, homepage takeovers in the digital space, mid-roll and pre-roll inventory, in, I would say, demo aligned programming. I think those traditional kind of in linear as well, I think those traditional types of ad products are, have shown their value and certainly can still deliver and will deliver over time incremental value to kind of your media and marketing campaigns. I think one of the things as a consumer myself I think about is sometimes those products especially in the digital space can sometimes feel interruptive to how what you're trying to do in the moment. Through maybe there's a pop-up ad or a takeover and you're just trying to read an article about something or what have you, and I think one of the things that we have started to talk through a bit more is how do we look at less interruptive advertising and more advertising that adds value to a consumer's experience, whether they're in social and whether they're in digital, et cetera. And I think some of the shift I've seen from some of our media partners is this idea of how do we do custom partnerships? How do we think through ideas that are value add in terms of how do we do a custom article? How do we kind of extend that kind of piece in that campaign to your likely broad reaching social channels? What are some things that we can partner on that can provide value to a consumer that is still advertising, at its core, but at least is giving them a touch point or an experience with you that is positive. And so I think, as we work with different folks like Barstool, for example, and we think about what are different campaigns we can launch together, I think we are starting to shift and think about, make the hard kind of like decision about how do we, of course, have an allocation that has both of those types of products as a part of it, but also ensure that we're really strong in the added value advertising space. I think this also takes effect in how we think about influencer marketing and how we approach influencers, hearing their tone of voice and their kind of brand, understanding what they value and what their audience values, and then truly partnering with them to kind of provide an ad product out in their space that is going to be received well and is going to have the same impact that a native post would that isn't paid. I think those are all the kind of the the tough things to do that may not be, run of the mill marketing, but that certainly I think pays off in terms of reach and extension of your campaigns.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. And it's like harder to do and it's more work, right? It's just like vetting those partners to find the authentic publisher or influencer that, fits your tone, the tone of a particular program or overall what you're looking to go for, or whether it be, really listening and or watching and getting to know their content to make sure you're going to be comfortable with it, and how they do advertising or other brands that they are, promoting. I know in our world, our tone is really edgy, and we do a lot of like direct integrations of, our partners right into the content in a way that I don't see in a lot of places, certainly not on the mainstream networks, but you have to be comfortable with it. You have to let us be us and let us be authentic and have that tone. And I know from, sitting on the other side of the table, that is not always as easy as it sounds, because there's certain, key talking points and the do's and don'ts of every brand partner we work with, and that's across the board. But in order to get that authentic integration, it requires a level of like kind of letting go a little bit within reason, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, and then you have to find the right, alignment there. I mean, there's probably programs that don't work for, a Barstool or any other kind of piece. And then there's some that are perfect for it. And it's knowing that, having that kind of baseline in-depth knowledge of both the program itself and the brand or person you're trying to partner with. That's where the real work has to be done.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Have you guys done much in podcasts? I mean, one of the feedback I've had from the entertainment category in general is that, you're very visual as marketers, because you're trying to push out your own trailer and your own talent and personalities within your programs, and something that's very audio in nature doesn't necessarily always stand out.
Yeah.
Arco podcast, which is why I asked the question. I'm sure others.
Yeah.
It's such a fast growing space.
Well, I mean, speaking of like authentic voice, that's one of the spaces that I think has seen the most growth in terms of not necessarily being interruptive advertising, but kind of a nice free flow from what they're talking about into host voice reads. That, if you partner with the personality well, you're able to kind of make that feel more integrated into the program itself. I think obviously we get the briefs and the talking points, and sometimes we just kind of give them the script and like let it happen. But I think, what we're seeing in our research is that one of the most sticky channels is podcasts. And I think there's obviously been a growth in podcasts, as that space has become a bit more, I would say, popular amongst consumers. There's a lot of big personalities have moved from or have created kind of spaces within, that marketing channel. We like that space because one of the natural things that consumer behaviors that happen within podcasts is very similar to how you choose a different show that you're going to watch, right? You're trying to find your next big podcast you want to read on your runs or during your exercise regimen, or, as you kind of, commute into different places, or maybe you're on a long vacation. I think, that consumer behavior, trying to find that next big great kind of podcast that you're going to enjoy is similar to what we kind of do on, the program marketing side, and even on the brand marketing side, as well, as we kind of try to provide you a new option to watch content. I think that's the exciting piece here, is that being able to kind of have those integrated moments within those different programs does allow for us to kind of expose people to different VOD programs that they may not have been aware of.
Yeah, that's great. Well, just on podcasts specifically, one of the things we're seeing that I think is really exciting for podcasts, but kind of ironic in a way too, is the biggest growth we're seeing on our podcast networks is happening on YouTube. So it's now become a visual medium, because we can not only speak about our partners and their products and their services, but also integrate graphics and overlays and content to the degree that we have the IP cleared, that allows for what has been to date a very audio focused medium to become now multimedia and also interactive in a way. So see more on that from Barstool, but I think probably in general in the podcasting space is more visual and video representation of, again, what a podcast used to be, what it becomes in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the last note on that is that even one of the things that we think through too is how do we extend our IP into the podcast space? And I think we've certainly done that. A couple of Star Trek podcasts that we put out there, they're really great marketing vehicles, for different programs. We actually did a custom podcast with a media partner a while back that allowed us to extend our campaign, and I think that's an exciting space for us to kind of look into as well.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Talk about you talked about the Star Trek example as one of your projects you were more recently was a big success and you're proud of. Talk about what's new, what's next, what's coming down the pike for Paramount Plus on the original side, and what you can share with us in terms of where you're looking ahead to for both new subscriber growth as well as just overall prioritization for the brand.
Yeah, I think sci-fi, like there's a couple of lanes that I think we can win in. I think number one, sci-fi certainly is one of those spaces. I think there's competition in that space, no doubt, but with the kind of alignment of the catalog being on the service fully, with the expansion of the universe, the Star Trek universe, to both pre the original series and way out to thousands of years in the future from the original series. There's a lot of storytelling to be done there, and we're excited to have Alex Kurtzman and Secret Hideout along for that journey to kind of really bring that storytelling further. I think we're excited about the Halo series coming to the platform. And that's a huge, IP, one of the, biggest selling revenue generator IP ever. Halo certainly is a storyland that we're excited to kind of visit. I think we do really well in live sports. I think it's a unique offering for us. Having a live stream as a part of your SVOD subscription service is unique. We're one of the few streaming services to have that alongside the VOD offering, but to have kind of the level of sports content from the PGA Tour to NFL on CBS to SEC on CBS to all of the great soccer programming from the biggest world event, the Champions League, to Serie A and beyond. And then I think we're really great in reality TV. You pair the world of MTV and CBS, both known to bring really big reality TV shows from Big Brother to Survivor to RuPaul's Drag Race to, The Challenge and beyond. And we've even brought back The Real World, the original reality TV show, to the service. It's just like if you're a reality TV junkie, we're the service for you. And then lastly, it goes without saying, but having the Nickelodeon brand and all of the great kids content makes us a family brand. And I think, having the ability to, as a parent, watch, a huge blockbuster film, maybe on Friday night, wake up and have your kids watch, so much Paw Patrol on Saturday morning and beyond, and watch it over and over and over again. I think, to us that helps with retention for sure. And I think, it's an exciting kind of world that we have this full 360 content slate that allows for us to hit, the full family as a part of their viewing experience.
Sorry, I had to mute myself there for a minute because there is actually, and if you see the flashing, it's there's like a fire, drill going on in the building here. So I don't know if I'm the first presenter to ever have that happen in Brand Innovators, but it's kind of funny. There was a lot of commotion while you were talking, but I was trying really hard to focus in. One of the questions that someone sent me privately while we're talking to you, James, is do you see collaboration between your brands at Viacom, CBS, and Barstool, which, I didn't ask that question. That was a loaded question from the audience, but as you talk about reality TV, I have some ideas for you because we did 2 pretty successful digital digitally distributed reality series last year, and we just announced 2 more at our upfronts last week. So be on the lookout for that, and maybe you'll find them on Paramount Plus in the not so distant future. I do want to talk though about Halo and also sports, because I think those are 2 really, really interesting segments. And Halo, obviously, like, do you then look to, in a way of promotion, to like go into the gaming community as a way of promotion?
Yeah, I mean, critical to that partnership, of course, is our partnership with 343 Studios and Microsoft Xbox. And I think, we are working closely with them to ensure, of course, our content calendars align, that we get downloads and insights and consultation consistently on how to best treat that series, how to talk to the consumer, what excites them, what doesn't excite them, what are the different ways that we can think through what they've traditionally done and leverage that historical knowledge and insight to propel this series forward. And how do we complement, as I think we all know, the current gaming release that's coming out, the latest edition of Halo Infinite. I think, for us, that space is similar to Star Trek, filled with avid fans that are very active in conversation about the brand, about the universe. And we plan to kind of, excite them as much as we can with this new storytelling medium for Halo. And I think people are going to be excited with what they see. We've seen a lot of the footage come in so far, and it's beautiful. And we're excited to kind of share that with the fan base. Live sports, I think, CBS has always been synonymous with, sports programming, amongst other things. And I think it's exciting for us to be able to partner with the CBS Sports Group to bring that experience into a digital era and expand that kind of content offering to have multiple types of touch points for the consumer in terms of how they watch it. Of course, the big tentpole programs like NFL Sundays, SEC Sundays are always great. But I think, the expansion into soccer, which is a massively growing sport, especially domestically, the growth of soccer programming and adoption has been really surprising to me as someone who played soccer and loved soccer growing up. It's been great to kind of see that blossom, I think, over the last 5 to 10 years within the US. And so that's important to kind of, talk through, and communicate that to consumers that, live sports are a key part of our value proposition because it's a unique one. And I think it's certainly something that we'll continue to tout in the future.
Yeah, I live in the world of sports here, and I always have. And I'm also, as a consumer and a fan of many of the professional sports you guys carry and elsewhere. I do think one of the things that's interesting right now, live sports has been held up for a long time as the thing that's keeping traditional TV, rights alive and keeping cable TV, alive. And, now you see Viacom and CBS, Disney and other major networks, really prioritizing and leaning into streaming in a way that has a lot of sports fans trying to figure out which services they need to get the full package. Like, do I need, Paramount and then one other, another partner to just be able to get my full round suite of sports program? I think there's a lot of confusion around that with sports fans. We have a partnership with another OTT platform that happens to have a lot of college sports, particularly football rights as well. And they're leveraging our college football show to make that known. And the host of our show, Brandon Walker, who is like a diehard college sports fan, didn't even know when we had walked him through it that they had all the programming that they do have, all the games that they have. So I think that's something that is really fascinating, as live sports has always been kind of held back from these platforms, and now you're seeing it really proliferate there. I think it'll be an interesting transition over the coming years ahead.
Yeah, I think it definitely will. And I think, it's a competitive space too. It certainly, I think the different streaming services, as they look at their content offering, I think you're starting to see others, understand that importance and dip their toes into that space too. And I foresee that happening more and more, in the future.
One of the other questions from the audience was, what can heritage brands learn from newer digital first brands when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z? And you're not just marketing to Gen Z, you're marketing to a variety of different demographics and using different niche programming to attract them. But do you have any specific insights around that Gen Z younger generation and how you're trying to reach them in ways that you didn't have to previously think about?
Yeah, I think you have to start with, do you have the product that is going to work with the Gen Z audience? Like if I think you have to start with like really examining if the product that you're offering, whether, it's a consumer product or, for us, the product that we offer, of course, is the broader service, but mostly the content exists in it. So do we have a program that is going to have an attraction to a Gen Z audience? And we certainly have had that, as we've expanded into some of the Viacom legacy IP, who have traditionally done really well with, reaching younger audiences. And I think, then what you have to do is understand, where is Gen Z? Like how do they communicate? What is important to them? I think saying just social is probably too much of an easy answer, although that is, certainly a space that is critical. But I think what you have to do is really examine how they interact in the social space. And going back to what we were talking about earlier, being authentic means that you work in partnership with brands that are authentic in that space and take some of that equity that they have and use their voice to help promote your products. I think that also means that when you work with these different, influencers or brands that exist that do that well, you also have to ensure that you feel like they're going to be able to speak well of your product and that they understand it and that they actually are truly a kind of a fan of it. If they're not, then maybe that's not the right partnership and it's something you got to think through again. But it's really kind of finding that sweet spot of, someone who has an authentic voice or is an authentic brand, partnering with them to demonstrate your authenticity and putting that, packaged out into the world that shows kind of like that kind of synergy of brand love together. I think that's what we've done well. And we've done that with some of, our iCarly campaign that we put out there. That was certainly one that we worked with the TikTok community to have a really strong campaign that, like exploded and had billions of impressions. And it was so exciting for us to see. And I think led to some of the success we saw with that show, leading to its second season renewal. So I think, those are the types of things that we're thinking through, that we talk about in terms of authenticity and reaching a younger audience.
I love it. You led me to what was going to be my final question, because based on where we're going is, do you work with TikTok? Have you tested and had success on TikTok? And it sounds like for iCarly, you absolutely have. And it's our fastest growing platform. And so we're pretty leaned in there as well. And I think it's exciting and it's also just like a brave new world. So kudos to you for being in there and figuring out how to unlock that audience and to really work for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Well, I see Brian is back, but it was great talking with you, James. Really appreciate all your insights. Congrats on all the success and look forward to seeing you again sometime real soon.
Awesome. Thanks again, Deirdre. Exciting to be a part of this. Thanks all.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Deirdre. And thank you for sticking with us during that, what might have been an alarm. I think it was just a quick little note for how on point your conversation was. It was just setting off all the alarms in the building. It was just out of control. Great. So, you were setting off all different sirens in your building. And I know our audience was definitely leaning and listening to both you and James have that conversation. So we hope to see you again on our virtual stage or in person soon.
Thanks, Ryan.
Take care.
So we're going to move on to our last segment of the day, and it's not one that you do not want to miss this last one. So joining me on our stage is going to be Patrick Buchanan, who's the VP of Marketing at Good American, and our moderator for our session is going to be Darren Markovitz, the head of sales at Together Labs. So let's have them join us here on our Zoom call for the final session of the day. And to our audience, do not forget, use that chat window down below. please use that Q&A box, as we are going to have Darren and Patrick here in just a second. This isn't our final session. Excuse me, I misspoke. Sorry, I was looking ahead in the program, but take a look. We'll bring up the next presenters right now. It's always interesting when you have your virtual stage, where if you're in a room, you can usually find wherever your next presenters are going to be. You can literally, search around, you can look, but here we have a whole team of dedicated individuals that are helping us, just making sure we can get Patrick and Darren to where they need to be. So sit tight, just give us a moment, and we'll make sure we can get everyone where they need to be for this next session. And just a reminder, we are not done for the day. Just when you think you're done, you're not done. Well, while we wait here and we wait for our next panelist to join us, maybe we can just hang out and you can get to know me a little bit and I get to know everyone in the room. Curious where everyone is joining us from. You want to use that chat window and let me know where you're tuning in from? Would love to hear. I am in Jersey City. If you've been with us from the beginning, I didn't mention that before. I'm over here in Jersey City, New Jersey, stone's throw away from Manhattan. I'm wondering where else we have our audience from. I see Stella is joining us from Jersey City as well. Hey, what's happening? I'm right next to, I don't know if you know where the ShopRite is, or I'm basically between Exchange Place, Grove Street, right in between those two areas. And I see Deirdre's here with Barstool HQ in NYC. Fun fact, I actually worked on a Barstool project way back when. Can tell you more about that at another point in time, but it was a lot of fun. Got to work with some of the personalities there. We got Darren joining us here right now. Oh my gosh, we have somebody from Poland here, Darren. Did you know that? This is wild. I didn't expect to have anybody from Europe joining us. So Darren, how you doing today?
Doing great, guys. Thank you so much.
Good to see you. How's everything going in your world today?
Everything is fantastic.
Cool. We are just getting, we're trying to get Patrick on the line. We had him here just a moment ago, so just bear with us while we go through some technical difficulties. But in the sake of where we were, where what I was just discussing, we was talking with the audience here. I'm from Jersey City, New Jersey right now. We've got someone from Poland, somebody from Atlanta, somebody from New York City with us. Wondering, Darren, where are you from right now?
I'm calling from Los Angeles, so we're not too far away from you, I don't think, Ryan. Where are you? You're in Jersey City?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are on opposite ends of the coast here, but that's the beauty of what these virtual experiences can do. They can connect us. If we can't travel, we can still hang out on this platform right now and be able to connect and still do this. It's been weird for the last couple of years or for the last couple of months, but this is the norm that we are in, and we're making the most out of it. But I got to say, from our content perspective, it's great to have, somebody like yourself here to join us. We just need to make sure we can get Patrick on the line here so that way we can start your conversation up.
Beautiful.
But in the interest of time, Darren, I'd love to know a little bit more about the work that you're currently doing. Maybe you could kind of just give our listeners at home just a little bit of an overview of the work that you're doing and a little bit more about Together Labs.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name's Darren Markovitz. I represent Together Labs. We're the world's largest social 3D network with avatars. Everything that we do is about empowering people to connect with each other digitally and online. And we have a product that's been around for about 17 years, and that is called IMVU. And IMVU, as I mentioned, it's the world's largest social network with avatars. We're the birthplace of the Lean Startup. So if you've read that book, The Lean Startup, it's about our organization and our company. That's generally where people know us. Another spot people may know us from, we created all the content for the Kimoji app. It's great. We've got 3 lines of business, one centered around this avatar experience, another centered around enhancing your real life experiences, which will be launching in the next year or so. And then we have our virtual currency and cryptocurrency play, which is Vcoin. So a lot of good stuff the company's doing.
We are talking about marketing innovation, Darren, and obviously you're kind of at the forefront now with some of the work that you're doing, but can you tell me a little bit more about these avatars that you're creating? I'm assuming that, this goes back to what I know about avatars is, the James Cameron film. And when I was playing Wii Bowling, way back when, creating an avatar, that was like the first time I've ever heard, the term. I'm wondering if you could just share a little bit more information about that.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So, one of the things that we do at IMVU is we have, as I mentioned, we have about a 300 million user social network. We've got 50,000 content creators that are creating content on the platform. They're creating virtual goods that can be sold to other users on the platform to customize their experience. And the whole concept of an avatar is giving yourself the ability to communicate with others digitally and add a layer of emotion and connectivity, which is more like the real life. So things that can't be communicated in text or, at times, in this particular video that we're doing, that's obviously ideal, but not everybody can communicate in that way. Not everybody wants to be themselves when they communicate with others, So IMVU is very aspirational. You might not be able to own a Louis Vuitton bag in real life, but you certainly can on our platform. It's very cool. Catfish has featured our company a couple of times. They kind of reach out to us every year, it's been a fun ride.
Cool. I just saw GameStop did something where they held one of their meetings and events. I can't remember which one it was, but they held the entire thing in sort of this in this setting where everybody who registered for the event created an avatar and it could be expressed in any way, shape, or form. I'm wondering, if you're doing anything kind of in that realm, if you have any projects that are upcoming with any of these avatars that you might be able to kind of dive into. I don't know if, what you can share, what you can't share.
Sure.
I don't break any NDAs or anything like that, but just would curious, while we have a moment here, if you could kind of stretch that out for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So we, a lot of what we do is centered around, enhancing this experience with avatars. So we've done things like fashion shows in the past, live events where we have kind of hosted rooms. We'll be moving into the video space and where users can actually host content and video and be, the nature of that content. I can't really disclose, but in theory, you could stream all sorts of content on our platform in the very near future for some of these hosted live events. The idea behind our cryptocurrency is that we give creators the ability to earn for the content they're creating. So whether that's the hosted room or whether that's, the content that they're sharing through video or, a dance party, really the opportunities are pretty limitless on our platform.
Seems like if whatever your imagination is, if you can think it, you can kind of do it. Does that sound about right?
Very true, my friend. Very, very true. Yeah.
Isn't this like the Matrix? This feels like we're stepping into the Matrix a little bit with this conversation.
Yeah, so we use a term called the metaverse, which is starting to gain a lot of steam recently. Kind of in the marketing space, and that's that's the area that we play in. And so everything we do is really about empowering these kind of new ways to communicate with others.
Okay, very cool. Let me just give me 1 second here.
No worries.
Just want to see one more thing.
Cool.
So I know the metaverse, as you're mentioning, it's a little bit of a new term that's starting to pop up. And, we've talked about it at a few of our events, a few of our live casts, and some of our more specific focused roundtable discussions. For those of our listeners out there, who are kind of at that entry level with the metaverse, wondering if you kind of just give it an overview. And because then I want to kind of take it a step further and see if we can dive into a little bit more of the work that you're doing and where you think that it's going to be going. Because I'm starting to hear more about some of these ideas that you're discussing right now, but I'm kind of wondering, long term, where this is going to trend and move towards.
Yeah, so I mean, eventually we may end in a Ready Player One type of environment. Who knows, right? So I think that you'll find that there will be areas of kind of this immersive digital communication that will not just be unique to each platform, but they'll be connected in some way. So, perhaps it's NFTs, perhaps it's the virtual currency itself, but you're going to find that these types of things are going to be linked together in the very near future.
I mean, yeah, I love the Ready Player One analogy as a sci-fi fan. I love it for that, but it's even wilder, to kind of see these things start to come into reality. And, Darren, I'm wondering, as we sit here and as we look at what's happening, there's things that seemed far-fetched, 20 years ago to where we're standing now. Any future ideas around where this is going to kind of head towards? Like, is there anybody that you've spoken with aside from me, maybe our listeners here? Patrick, how you doing? I'm curious, I feel like, Darren, I could sit here and I could pick your brain about the metaverse all day at this point in time. But I feel like more people want to hang out with Patrick and you than to hang out with me at this point. But I'll tell you what, I'm gonna hit you up later. We can continue that conversation. But Patrick, how you doing today? Great to have you here.
I am amazing. How's it going?
I'm doing very well, very well. Appreciate you joining us today. I know that we do have some time here for a conversation between the two of you. And Darren is going to be our moderator here. So Darren, is it cool with you if I turn this conversation over to you to steer this ship?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Darren.
Hey, Patrick, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. What's going on?
It is all good. I want to thank you, Patrick, for joining us today. As I mentioned before, my name is Darren Markovitz, and I head up the advertising and monetization division over at INVU, which is part of Together Labs, as well as Together Labs is the whole company. Everything that we do, as I mentioned, is centered around really connecting people digitally through the use of avatars. We've got Patrick Buchanan here, and I'm super excited that he's joined us. And I'd love, Patrick, to give a little introduction about yourself. Kind of what got you to the place that you're at as vice president, and a little bit about your history, about kind of where you came from and the previous work you've done.
Yeah, totally. I'm from Lexington, Kentucky. So I don't know if anybody's watching who knows Kentucky. So I come from a pretty small town, and I had big dreams. I always knew that I had to get out. I always thought I was going to live in New York, and I ended up in very beautiful and sunny Los Angeles, California. My career started as a journalist. I went to school to be a journalist. My first job out of school was actually through YouTube. Someone reached out to me to host a YouTube, and that's kind of where I got in digital marketing. And that was the early days of that, to to get my first job in fashion, where I started in social media, and I worked my way up through the department. I mean, like, I know some people get adverse reactions when you say the word hustle, but I was a little hustler at a young age, and definitely was working really hard. And I did every department in my company, started doing social media, did PR and product placement, celebrity seeding, and eventually I got the opportunity to be the head of the department. And I did that at Creative Recreation years, and then went on to be the head of marketing at K-Swiss, where we did amazing collaborations with people like Gary Vee, and really transformed, a 50-year-old heritage brand into something that was relevant and back in the conversation and in some of the top retail stores today. And from there, I had the itch to go into music, which is one of my favorite passions. And I got to work with some of the coolest musicians in the world at Universal Music, doing artist tour merch. So, I mean, Bravado was the company, and we repped everyone from the Rolling Stones, The Weeknd, Lil Wayne, French Montana, Migos, Billie Eilish, and the list goes on. So that was a lot of fun. And today, as the VP of marketing at Good American, and working really hard. I'm fairly new in this position, but it's an exciting time for the brand, and I'm excited to be a part of this team now.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate the overview. Listen, you've got a pretty storied past about working with strong egos and strong personalities. A lot of the work that you did at Universal, kind of bringing artist brands to life, creating strategies for that. Even at K-Swiss, it sounds like you kind of took the idea of brand ambassador and expanded it out to what we might traditionally think of. Can you talk to us a little bit about, maybe recommendations to some of the marketers that we have here about what it's like to work with celebrities and egos, and some of the, advice that you have for them today?
Yeah, totally. I mean, working with celebrities, it can be, either really positive and really amazing, or it could be a little bit of a shit show. And I think that the way that I find out which avenue it's going to be is based on, some of those initial preliminary meetings. I think when you're meeting with people, and it's no different from if you're going on a date, if you're interviewing someone for a job, you kind of like have to say, like, do you look like someone who really wants to be here and to be present and to interact with me and the brand and really help this thing grow? And I think that was one of the things that I learned at a really young age as a really young marketer, that it's finding the celebrity that is the perfect fit for your brand. And I know there's a lot of celebrities that have huge followings and have a huge, names, and you want to work with those celebrities. But sometimes it's not about necessarily the biggest, it's about the one that's the best aligned with you and the one that's going to best help tell your story. So I've been lucky because I've gotten to work with a lot of different celebrities. And I think Gary Vee is a good example at K-Swiss, where he is an entrepreneur, he is a personality, and he inspires so many people. And when we were working at K-Swiss, we were looking for someone to help bring that entrepreneur story to life. And Barney sent Gary a cold email and was like, "This is what it is. Are you interested?" And I was lucky because I got to go to the first meeting and meet Gary Vee, and he was a straight shooter. And he doesn't respond to everything. He responds to the things that really make sense for his business. And, from there, we really built a relationship, and he was involved in every single thing. It wasn't like, I'll post these 2 things and I won't post, like when you get into contracts where it's like, I'm only going to post one time here and I'm only going to do this thing one time there. It's like, you just have to be careful, because sometimes you run into situations where you're like, oh my gosh, am I going to get my money's worth? Because, we've spent all this money and we've gotten 2 posts. And the Gary one is a great example. And I mean, I've tweeted him, I've texted him, I've told him in person, I'm like, you are one of the best at this, because he was fully invested. He represented the brand. He helped guide the way as far as resources and finding other entrepreneurs, and really gave us the clout. He co-signed our brand and really allowed us to enter into his space. And I'll be forever grateful for him, because it was one of the most amazing campaigns that I got to work on. and it was just very super successful as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that. That story. When you talk about kind of things like the importance of collaboration and really, selecting who you want to work with. I mean, you're at a brand, and you've been at brands historically where you kind of could get anyone that you want. So can you talk, to us a little bit about the process of selecting, the right, the right ambassador for your brand and kind of what that process looks like for you?
Yeah, sometimes it could be like a really easy process where someone is a fan of the brand. Like one of my favorite collaborations is the one we did with Jared Leto early on in my career when I worked at Creative Recreation. And he just wore the shoes all the time. Like everywhere he went, he wore the shoes. And we stopped making the shoes, and his team reached out and was like, oh my gosh, he can't find them. Where are they? And we were like, oh, we don't make these anymore. And because he was such a big fan, he was like, can I, for my fans, make a custom version of this pair of shoes? And so then we brought them back into production, and then he became a brand ambassador just because he was a big fan of the product. So I think that like when looking at kind of like, how am I choosing? Sometimes they choose you because it's, just such a perfect connection. And then sometimes it's like, as a marketer, we're storytelling. We're trying to find the best people and the best way to tell our story. And through products, sometimes it can be difficult because, shoes don't talk back, jeans don't talk back. So you need someone to help you imagine what that brand stands for. And usually people, and brands and celebrities help you kind of imagine what the story is. So you lean into their story to help, reinforce your brand values. And so I think I put a list together and, look, like, do they line up with our brand values, and how can we work together to really tell this story? So, I mean, we go through all the meetings and we make sure everyone signs off and is into it. And, I think once you kind of come up with your list, you approach them and you see if they're open and interested as well. And usually, pretty soon if it's going to be a good fit or not.
Sure. Awesome. And can you talk to us a little bit about some of the work, at Good American, because what you're talking about in selecting the right individual, frankly, it's very much like a theatrical release and doing their casting and all of that stuff. And it seems like that's a very natural segue into some of the work that you're doing over at Good American. Can you talk to us a little bit about the open casting initiative you guys are doing? Because I think that is something really, really phenomenal and special.
Yeah, I think so too. I Good American is an inclusive women's denim brand. And, we make jeans from size 00 to 32 plus. So, it's just, we have something for everyone. And, one of the things that when you're looking at marketing, and I think I've been really blown away this year because, looking at someone X and a lot of movies, I saw Amazon has a movie called Jamie on Amazon, where there's representation. We're seeing across all industries that we're seeing just a lot more representation. And we at Good American, believe that that's really important to be able to show people themselves. And so people can see something that looks like themselves. And so the open casting is really a casting call where we go around the world to find the next face for our 2022 campaign. This is the 5th year of the brand. We're celebrating 5 years, and we've done the open casting every year. We didn't get to do it last year because it was COVID, but really excited to be back and to go to many different cities around the world and to be able to really share something that it really embodies the brand message. So I can't wait for people to be able to join us on that journey.
That's very cool. And is this your first time touring with the brand, or you've done this type of work before?
I've been on tour before. When I've launched sneakers, I've gone on tour with Gary Vee, and I've gone on tour, a few other times, but this is going to be my first tour with Good American, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Very cool. And what's the process like, selecting your cities and, figuring out what the right experience is for the open casting? What did that process look like? And what advice do you have for some of our marketers that are, trying to do kind of more live events with some of their influencers and, bringing in folks that might not be so familiar with and, engaging in this type of way?
Well, we still have some exciting announcements to come. I don't want to give away everything. So the city announcements and everything related to that is coming really soon. But I think the process is, we have a lot of different partners, and I think it's important to, go where your consumers are. And so I think that, we're going to go where the people are. And that's one of the things that I really admire about the brand is that, we really listen to what the consumers are saying. We look at every DM and comment and really try to make sure that we're creating product and marketing that, our fans and followers want to see. And so I think this is exciting because not all the time as a marketer do you get the chance to, be in front of the people who, are supporting the brand and really helping you. So I think it's a phenomenal opportunity, and it's always my favorite part of the job.
Cool. Very, very cool. Can you talk a little bit about some of the work you did over at Universal? As I mentioned, you were working with, individual celebrities, artists, and trying to create their brand or advise them on how to create their brand and their merchandise and all of this stuff. Can you talk us through kind of what that process was like? How did it start, and how were you able to replicate that?
Yeah, the merch business is a fun business to be a part of. That just like, any brand, these artists have stories to tell. And so through their music, their projects and their merch is a reflection in a different way for them to be able to tell that story. It's always interesting to be able to partner a creative artist with a designer. We did a lot of collaborations with different graphic designers or different brands to really help partner the artist with a partner that helped tell their story. And so it was usually around music. So the music helped dictate what the product looked like. And we really built the campaign around, their persona and their art. And I think that was always fun. And it was different from working on the brand side, because as a brand marketer, it can be a little bit challenging because you're always trying to get people to pay attention or to reach people who have this huge followings, but musicians have a built-in audience. So, when you release something on a musician's platform, you're talking to diehard fans like immediately. So that was just a fun experience in the sense that it was like, oh wow, I'm going directly to versus being like a third party. So I thought that was just a good different point of view for me to be able to see. And, we brought it to life in so many different ways, from pop-up shop to DTC and creating a unique digital experience to creating fun social assets. So it was always something creative going on. And, I really love being a part of the process from beginning to end.
Cool. Very cool. Tell us where you're gaining some inspiration right now. What brands are doing great work that are, kind of excite you, that you can, guide our marketers to look at stuff that's, really innovative and, that's really catching your eye right now?
Oh my gosh, this is always a fun question for me. I am honestly really inspired by Good American. I know I work there, but I am fairly new to the team. So, every time I'm in a meeting and I'm watching things that we're working on for this year and the following year, I get super excited. So I think I'm excited at home, which is always a really good sign. And honestly, I'm just excited for the brands who are, being inclusive. When you look at, if it's International Women's Day or Pride or, the different things where we're able to look and see brands that are stepping up and helping tell a story. Levi's is doing a good job really, telling some of those stories. I think Nike is always doing a really great job at creating amazing ambassadors and telling awesome stories. Those are a few of the brands that I think, always inspire me. And I think that are doing really great work there. Cool. Fenty is doing great work. I think I just watched Amazon fashion show with Rihanna. And, I think that was phenomenal to kind of see how she brought so many different people together. So I'm a brand person, so I'm inspired by so many different people. I'm always looking and always being inspired. So definitely keep my eyes open, and if anybody has anything that I need to be checking out, definitely share it in the DMs.
For sure. Well, that's helpful. Also, talk to us about, do you incorporate the way that that people are interacting with one another? Obviously, over the last, year and a half, 2 years with the pandemic, the way that we all engage with one another, the way that we all connect, the way that we emotionally strive to be with one another. That's changed a little bit, and some of that's been highlighted through mental health initiatives and many other initiatives as well. Do you gain any inspiration from that type of work? Is that something that you try to or envision that being incorporated into things in the future? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think mental health is important. Over the pandemic, for the first time, I had my first therapy session. And I have family members who are, life coaches and therapists. And, I feel like I've had a lifetime of therapy just because, I've been close to my family. But I definitely think, coming out of the pandemic and making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves and knowing when we have reached our breaking point and just finding, helpful and useful ways to be able to deal with stress or anxiety. There's nothing wrong with admitting that and finding different ways to be able to kind of like decompress and to handle your business. So, I'm a big proponent of, learning yourself and knowing when you're reaching your limits and finding ways to be able to, kind of handle it and work yourself out of a situation. So, yeah, I think that's an important topic to and I'm definitely, now that I've been to my therapy session, I'm like, everyone needs to do it. I literally call all my friends and I'm like, here's my therapist, go to work, it's amazing. Because I thought that therapy had to be something where it was like so dark and deep and hard. And, there's just some things that you just want to talk through and make sure you're, I just want a different perspective, or, some people don't have a lot of people that they can like share honestly and openly with. And so I think I'm all for it. I say, if you don't have one, go get one.
And how have things changed, do you think, in the way that brands deal with consumers or interact with consumers, taking all of that into account over the last, couple of years? And what are the types of conversations that you have now that you might not have had 2 years ago, when you guys are sitting around the table and shooting ideas back and forth? How has that influenced the conversation?
I think it has influenced the conversation greatly because we are a reflection of our consumers and their needs. And, while they likely need accessories and clothing, I think, we want to be a reflection of what they need in life as well. So I think helping to tell, important stories, to give advice on how to deal with stress, it is become a part of responsibility almost. So, I think it's not as transactional as it used to be. And when you look at your audience and your fan base and your consumers is almost like family, you want your family to be good and you want to make sure that you can help assist them in anything that they're going through. Because, what you realize, I'm from Kentucky, and, I grew up in a time where a lot of what we see today wasn't available to people. And so it is a bit of my responsibility in my seat to make sure that, someone else who might be a young person in Kentucky who is in a similar spot that I was, that, through the see themselves or be able to hear something that they need and that inspires them. So, I take that pretty seriously, and I'm sure a lot of marketers are looking at that as we're creating brand campaigns.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Kentucky, a little bit different than Los Angeles, right?
A little bit.
Maybe not. I don't know. I haven't been, but I know that you've talked about the transition a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the differences, and more importantly, what it was like? Some of our marketers, they're not all from LA, New York, or wherever they're going to be, and some other folks that they like to share some information to. I know we all get called upon by folks that might be coming out of college or something and asking them for advice. For someone that might be from a smaller place and, a less recognized area as it comes to some of these large campaigns and some of these large businesses, moving to a larger city like the LA, New York, San Francisco, what's your advice for, frankly, some of them, or that they could pass on to, frankly, others?
Yeah, I think exposure is key. When I was young, I was curious. And, I can't even believe to this day that my family let me travel to some, was a young kid. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to New York or I'm going to, and I remember when I was young, I was not even 18 or maybe just around that age. I won tickets to see Destiny's Child perform in LA. So that was the first time that they knew how big of a fan I was, a crazy fan of Destiny's Child. And I came to LA for the first time. My first internship was in New York. I interned for MTV News. And so I did that, which was really cool. And even if you can't go and spend a lot of time, I just found things that I could do that would allow me to be able to get exposure to those cities. And honestly, when I was young, they say, don't get credit cards. And, I definitely have learned the importance of managing your credit and not maxing your credit cards out. But I took a chance, I bet on myself and I maxed my credit cards out to go have an internship in New York at MTV, because that was my dream. And what that provided me was it opened my mind to see what was out there, and from everything. It was from trying new foods and meeting different people. And, it's something that people say so much. And I know it sounds so cliche, but when it says your network is your net worth, in the sense of you have to kind of just reach out. And so even if you're in a small town and you don't know a lot of people, my family, I don't come from people in marketing or people in the entertainment business. I didn't have one connection when I came to any of the cities I came to. But the beauty of social these days is that a DM can get you in touch with anyone, and you'll be surprised who comments back or who responds back. And so, make sure that you're reaching out to people in places that you aspire to be. Try to go visit those places if you can and spend some time, whether it's an internship or just an extended stay, and do your research and save your money, more importantly. So, I think that I saved a little bit of money and I was able to move here. And I actually got my first job at the very end of my savings. I was like, if I don't get a job today, I likely will have to go back to Kentucky. And luckily the first opportunity came through. So I'm from a small town, and I look back and I can't believe some of the things that I've gotten to experience. And it's hard to even explain it to my family because, they just don't even understand me. I look like probably a crazy person. They probably think I'm an alien. I call them, I'm like, this is what I'm doing today. And they're like, you are wild. But I'm able to provide a little exposure to them as well, and just the stories that I'm able to tell just in, our relationship. So that's probably my best advice.
Sure. And tell me a little bit about what do you recognize as kind of your big break, if you will, that kind of took you to the next level, some work that you did that kind of got you recognized. What was that for you? I know we all kind of have one where it was like, all right, I was kind of in a bucket with everyone else, and then somehow I was able to make that transition. What was that for you?
I feel like my life is a series of big breaks. And at the time, it never feels like it, because I'm kind of hard on myself. So it's like, it's never enough. I'm like, I just want this after I wanted that, So I think that sometimes I'm just always working to strive and hit the next milestone. And I think that it helped me a lot. But these days I try to celebrate the wins when they happen. But I've had a lot of big breaks, and I've had so many people who believed in me and who've given me an opportunity. When I was in New York for MTV, I was a correspondent for MTV for a day. I got to interview Kelly Clarkson, my first job that I got off of YouTube that led to me getting a job in fashion. My first boss, Robert Nan and Sarah Wasserman, promoting me and giving me the opportunity to do the stuff that I did at Creative Rec. I couldn't even believe that they let me be the head of marketing there. I'm like, I had the balls to be like, I was like, hey, I think that I should be be the head of marketing. I should do the job. I'm like, I don't know. And they gave me a shot. And what I realized is that like, even the times when I may have not been prepared, because actually once I got the job, I was like, because I told them, I was like, I deserve the job because I'm already doing it. And it turned out I wasn't doing it at all. But I knew that I learned quickly, and, you know, I know how to get things done. And so, you know, I don't know if I've had one big break, but, you know, I think a lot of consistent hard work, it just really pays off in the long run. You know, I mean, from Good American to going to somebody else being crazy enough to give me an opportunity, like Barney Waters being like, hey, like, I want you to be my guy. And I'm like, really? I don't know, like, you guys are wild. And, you know, going to Bravado. So I've honestly just been like, just very grateful, because I don't know how I ended up here. I just am like, what? Like, this is wild. Like, they keep giving me an opportunity, and I'm so thankful for it. So just never give up and don't stop. And I think in the moment, sometimes it just doesn't feel like you're achieving it, but then you look back and you're like, oh, wait, like I did some of the stuff that was on my list. So I think a little perspective and time and hard work, and it might not happen immediately, but a lot of the things that I dream about, I get to live today. So I'm excited to keep pushing the line and keep exploring and being curious.
Great. Well, Patrick, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm really glad that you're working for a brand that's doing wonderful, wonderful work in women's fashion and gives the opportunity for women to express themselves in ways they might not have found a way to do, right? And something as, you know, as normal as buying a pair of jeans, it seems to take on a different experience over at your organization. So I want to thank you, Patrick. I want to thank Brand Innovators. Thank you, Ryan, for inviting us today. I certainly appreciate it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Darren. I appreciate it. You're the best.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate the time. Appreciate you being here. We are going to be moving on to our next session of the day, which is, this one is the last segment of the day. And what I would love to do is bring to our virtual stage, we have Andrew Goodman, who is the Director of Global Franchise Marketing with Mattel. And our moderator for this section is going to be Marty Berman, the VP of Sales, North America and Latin America with AdMix. So let's give them a moment to join us. And we're going to, we're going to close out the day with this amazing conversation. So let's bring them to our virtual platform. We've got Andrew on board. Andrew, how are we doing today?
Very well. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. How's your day been so far?
So far, so good. After this, I'm gonna have some lunch, nice light lunch, and then that'll be the middle of my day. Excited to talk to Marty.
Not as excited as I am to talk to you.
Oh, stop it.
Well, Marty and Andrew, I would love to turn the virtual stage over to you. Listeners at home, thank you for being here. Do not forget, we are going to do some questions at the end of this, so please use that Q&A box. Please use that chat window. We want your questions in there while this conversation is happening. Marty, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for staying with us for the final fireside chat of the day. Again, I'm Marty Berman, VP of Sales for North America and LATAM at AdMix, and I am so excited to talk with Andrew Goodman and learn a little bit more about how they've been flexing their digital muscle here. Andrew, thanks so much for being here today and sharing your time and insights. Quick intro before we get started about AdMix, if you're not familiar with us. Our pioneering platform really bridges the gap between gaming and advertising, driving the in-play movement, which really integrates data-driven ads. It's available programmatically via IAB standard ad sizes. We also do product placements, which are a little bit more in-depth, but really it's about being non-disruptive to the gaming experience, and meaning that ads aren't displayed in the middle of your gaming experience, and you cannot close those annoying rewarded videos or disruptive ads. But enough about that. We're here to talk with Andrew. And
that was by the way, that was a non-disruptive ad.
Thank you. I tried not to be disruptive with it. Try to be
very well done,
as native as possible. Thank you. Andrew has been at Mattel for about 3 years, but he brings a wealth of entertainment experience. He's worked at Getty Images for a long time, and also at the Maui Film Festival, which we didn't get a chance to talk to. We'll have to talk about that over drinks and hear more about that.
My ties, for sure.
So I think one of the things that it really excited me about our conversation is that before 2018, my impression of what Mattel was traditionally just a toy company. You think of Barbie and all the other toys that Mattel really does. But there's been a lot of changes that have taken place at Mattel since then. Can you talk a little bit about what those changes have been, what led to it, and kind of where you're taking the brand from there?
Yeah, I mean, when by the way, first of all, thank you for having me here, and I'm excited to talk to everybody here. But I mean, basically in 2018 or around that time, Ynon came on as CEO of Mattel, and one of his real priorities was to turn us into an IP-driven organization. Obviously, we have these incredible brands, and like you mentioned, it's not just like any brands. You have these power brands: Barbie, Hot Wheels, Thomas, Fisher-Price, a multitude of others. But I think the goal was to really extend those brands outside of just toy. And I know they were doing a lot of that work already, but I think it was just about putting a focus on it, a finer point. So part of that was hiring a larger, like a Mattel Films division with Robbie and Fred Sulia on the Mattel TV side to just kind of like extend the IP outside of kind of traditional toy business. So that's when our department, which had other versions, I guess, in the past of Mattel, kind of this current iteration of franchise marketing kind of was created.
And I think, a little off topic, but not terribly. I was reading somewhere the other day, you guys have 30 films in the, schedule.
I'm trying to remember what's public. Yeah, I mean,
well, I think I read about it, so it was public because it was mentioned in an article. But yeah, I mean, I think it's something like 30 films coming out.
So there's a bunch of films in development. Like, I think that's probably the number you're thinking of. We have a bunch of them also close to and going to be coming out, in production and stuff. But I mean, I think the idea is that we have a lot of films in development of our IP. We have a lot of TV shows in development or actively on television or on streaming or wherever TV shows are aired these days. So just a ton of IP from the vault really being developed for content. And that extends into gaming with Andrew Chan and different people over there. And also our YouTube and short form content. And it's just really extending the brand story wherever we can tell it authentically.
And I think that's a great segue in terms of your role. And I think it's important for everybody to understand a little bit more what you do as the director of franchise marketing. So talk to us a little bit about what sort of the scope is and how you work within the existing framework at Mattel and how you take those incredible brands and really leverage them.
Yeah, I mean, so my role is the focus for our little team, me and Emily, is the doll brands that don't include Barbie, our action portfolio, which often is mostly Masters of the Universe, which is He-Man, and our games portfolio, which is most often Uno. So we managed a lot of the stuff there, but so depending on the kind of like our kind of internal partner, whether it be the games team, action team, or dolls team, we deal in obviously cross-functional synchronicity and making sure that the short to mid to long-term plans are all kind of in line and that everybody's kind of communicating. And then we drive certain projects along the way, depending on whether that be, working with our partners in the consumer products, the licensed consumer products division, or driving kind of content marketing strategies, or kind of better connecting some of the franchise foundational elements, like building out the franchise Bibles and making sure that the DNA and the framework of everything we're doing across all of these different lines of business really do connect and also, make sense to the consumer, because the consumer doesn't care if it's coming from one division or the other. They just want to make sure it works. And I don't know if you know this, but consumers are very savvy and they can smell when it's not right. So it's very easy. They know it should be like this all the time. And we make sure that it always feels right. It's foundationally correct, that if we're leading with purpose, we're leading with purpose wherever we go, and everything just like makes sense. And that's what we do.
Fantastic. Cool. And you've worked on some incredible partnerships, which are all unique. Each one is different, but I think as Patrick talked a little bit about working with celebrities, which you have done at Mattel with specific projects, but what have been the three biggest challenges you faced when structuring deals? I know they're never, straightforward or linear, and some start and stop. But like, what are, when you're putting these deals together for these franchisees, if you could sort of thread through like some of the biggest challenges, 3 of the biggest challenges you faced.
Yeah, I will. And then, by the way, I meant to also say, often what we do is amplify with marketing noise and by creating collaborations and Halo partnerships to make some marketing noise, which is would have been a better transition. I'm sorry, Marty, I let you down.
My God, Andrew.
Yeah. So 3, I mean, I think we talked about this last week when we were chatting that like all deals are hard. Doing deals is hard. And that's often when you want to do deals with other people that also want to do deals. It's just, there's so many things in the way by the time you're done, whether it be legal or product development or finances or time or whatever, lack of momentum. I think we talked about this.
Yeah, we
I
did.
know you wanted me to hit it. Is that like,
save that for the last? That's the last.
I'll save it. I'll save it.
Save that quote. Save that quote.
It's a good
please.
one. I'll save it for the end. 3 of the hardest ones. I don't know if they're all challenging. I think what's I'll give you an example of one that was a little tricky, but it's not actually tricky. It's just that you want to do. I think in general you just want to do them right. So when there's an incredible artist, so I'm tying 2 things that you had asked me. One is that what's challenging and what was the most benefit, like what felt the best, right? So there's an artist named Matsaki who's one of the kind of works with Takashi Murakami in Kaikikiki Gallery in Japan. Incredible artist. I found out he was doing a mural of Masters of the Universe at ComplexCon. So my wife and I went basically to ComplexCon because that's what you do, but also not because of that, because you go because this incredibly talented artist was inspired by a franchise you work on, right? So we went over there, and I think from meeting him and kind of in connecting with him with our friends at Network, Gaston over there, we decided, we were like, this is an incredible story. And as I was asking him about his relationship to He-Man, he said that when he lived in Jersey as a young kid, he kind of, I want to get the story right, but I believe he immigrated to Jersey and he didn't know English very well. So he watched He-Man and it helped him with his English. So he has this like really authentic connection to the property. He loves it. I was like, we got to tell this story. We got to figure out how to do it. So it took us maybe 1.5 years or so. We're still doing stuff, almost 2 years of like from kind of a few folks talking around some art and then turning that into, well, then how do we turn this into a product? Is that the right thing to do? What's the product? How do we tell this story respectfully? So he did some gallery shows in Japan. How do you do it during a pandemic? Because we were going to travel it. We had all, how do you do it around kind of all these different things that get in the way? And I think what we ended up coming out with, which was this beautiful sculpture of He-Man riding Battlecat with Matsaki's sensibilities and obviously creative, it was just so cool to see, and then people reacting to it, right? And then obviously it helps when it sells out. But I think that like the fact that people wrote articles about the authenticity of this connection and how, our brands, and this brand specifically, kind of has no borders, right? Like we make these things to be interpreted and to kind of, they're mirrors. And so that's when you're like, oh, this worked really well.
But it's a challenge. Like there's no guarantee that you're going with your gut. Everybody's involved, and everybody's got their best intent, but there's no guarantee that it's going to be a success. So there's a lot of hurdles you have to jump through there.
Sure, and they can fall apart at any time. So we've had some that you're working on for a year and then they fall apart. But so that's why I guess I could keep going if you'd like me to keep rattling off success stories, Marty.
I know you have many to pull from.
That's not true at all. But I guess, so that's an example of like something that's really hard to do, only because like you're dealing with time zones and language and creative points of view, and it's very precious, right? And you want to get it right. So that was hard.
You've got so many different franchises that you're managing, and we'll talk a little bit about how far you've come from when you first started, but like, what's the hardest part about managing you've got so many great franchises and so many different ideas? What's the hardest part of like managing all of that and all the different projects that you're working on from a franchise standpoint?
Well, I have one of the best people ever working with me on it. So Emily Chow, who's like my partner in crime on everything I do, she keeps the trains on time. She really does help. Not just help, she's incredible. And so without her, it couldn't be done. But I think partly is that we have to be able to have this meeting like we're having now, leave the meeting clearly with what we need to do, and then basically go to a completely different meeting next and be able to just quickly transition without losing steam, getting confused, getting bogged down, understanding who's driving what and like what needs to happen, so that, because I mean, there are days where you'll have 10, 12 meetings in a day, and they could be about 10, 12 different projects with 6 to 7 different brands. I mean, it could really be bizarre. So it is hard. You get better at it. But I think in general, it's about really leveraging that time in that meeting for like, hey, here's exactly what we need to get done. Do we have the right people in the room to keep moving things forward? Because I will use the quote at the end, but like momentum is everything. I think it's important in deal making, but in cross-functional communication, right? We have to be supportive. We have to be useful. We have to keep moving things forward and keep thinking strategically and just making sure that we're always kind of completing tasks. And so sometimes that blocking and tackling is hard to do, but it's I'm lucky I have an incredible teammate to do it. And by the way, it's not just her. Like, we have cross-functional partners that help us too. So it's everybody along the way is really supportive, because you do none of this stuff alone. I mean, at all. It takes a village.
Yeah, well, you've got your internal resources and cross-functional teams, but then each of those have to work with external teams and cross-functional teams. So there's a lot to manage in that whole process.
And we always talk about the account management internally and account management externally, right? It's all partner relationships. Other teams can be their partners. I know we're on the same team, but our goals are different. So, and sometimes not our goals, but some of the goals of the people in the room can be different. So our job is to make sure that all the goals line up. And so Emily and I talk about this a lot. And I always give this advice in general about our job. And I'm sorry if I'm ruining your questions, Marty. I'm going out of order.
We're all good.
But it's the idea of like the empathy part, right? Trying to understand what people's needs are, so that you're prepared and respectful of those needs, but also that you're leaving the meeting so that people's needs are met and teams' needs are met. And so your partners' needs are met, so that we're working towards next steps. So we're all moving in the same direction, I think. So I always talk about it in terms of empathy and just like thinking about everyone else. And then obviously driving the larger goal that you have and everyone has to the end.
Yeah, well, listen, actually, that was a perfect segue into my next question. So it couldn't have been any better.
We're going to take this on the road, me and you.
We're going on the road. And because actually what we talked about was how challenging it is. And you touched on a little bit before with Matsaki, and that is the authenticity and it's got to be organic, right? And, we touched on, and I think you talked on that a little bit, you talked about empathy and making sure everybody's aligned, but that process, I think the Matsaki, partnership seemed very organic, because it was something you and your wife went to. You saw this, this was, you had personal interest, but then when you're there, it sort of turned into these business opportunities.
Right.
However, that isn't probably always the way it works. And
that's correct. My wife doesn't come with me to every meeting.
No, she doesn't. She's not a helicopter wife.
She'd be, but it would be good if she was there, because I would do better.
Of course, we all would. Yes. Let's be honest.
Anyway, sorry.
That's why they call them the better half.
100%.
But that process, like when you're walking, you're talking to your team internally, you've got a franchise, and you want to, there's a desire to do something. How do you determine like who's that best partner, and how do you make sure that it's authentic, and how far does it take you to get to that? Like, where, do you have like 3 or 4 different partners that you're thinking of? And then, because not everybody always aligns with who you're going to reach out to for a partnership. They may be like, nah, I don't think so. Right. So
yeah, I think it depends.
You find that right groove of it being authentic and organic with a partnership.
I think part of it is like, so I think it's obviously you start with that like wish list, and then you start, kind of figuring out priorities and who you're going after and stuff. Sometimes you have conversations and you realize that it's a mismatch, right? Like either it's off, like it's just like our priorities off, our timing's off, or just like it's not going to feel right. Or it just isn't. It's like they're just not built for us, or we're not built for them. It just happens.
You don't want to force something, because then it definitely. I mean that.
No, and we've done it, and we've paid the price. I think everyone's done that, right? Where you're like, this is gonna, but then also you get to a point of no return sometimes, right? Too. So, but I think generally, it's kind of like dating, right? Where you're like, is this right? Like, is this we always talk about story and our products and our partnerships, our collaborations, our content, whatever we're doing, it's all storytelling. And I'm a film major kid, so I always think about story. But if you can find that right story, it really helps. And I think if you need the right story for it to work, because I think you realize really quickly if you don't have the right story, which sometimes you've done stuff, you're like, I think we have the story, and then you realize you don't. But like when you have the right story, you have the right kind of like authentic connection, you can tell that story on social, through product, through content. Like it's not hard.
Yeah, there's just a lot of extensions.
Well, also just like it's natural. Like I want to tell it this way, I'm gonna tell it this way. It's great. It's like so fun. The other stuff, it can feel a little, it doesn't work. And then I think that like lack of spark, you can see it sometimes. And so we're always just like, even if we did okay, where we're like, oh, we got it. We're 80% of what we could have done. We got to get that story better, or we got to get that story cleaner, or it was too complicated. It was just too muddy. We need to have a clearer call to action. We need to have a clear connection. And I think we're always doing that. I think everyone does that, right? Where they're just like, you're constantly checking in because these things are really hard to do. And we're also manufacturing product a lot, which is not like a normal partnership. Like I'm not saying anything wrong with this, but like we're not signing anybody up for a sponsorship.
Right.
Like we have to make stuff. Like
there's a whole
Emily's
timeline involved.
Emily's like making stuff, you know what I mean? Like, and I mean, and I help her, but like that's hard. And there's teams like, Julia, Kyle on the creative team, and Yana, like it's hard to make stuff. Like, and Yana and these guys have to put up with us, like having all these ideas, and they have to take it and they have to like turn it into something. And it's hard to do all this stuff. It's hard dealing with us. It's hard with the excitement. It's hard to boil it down to a concept and how to like pay for it. It's hard. So when you do it, it's like it's really exciting when it works. I'll give you a quick example of like when it works and a good story. For those that know me, know that I like the world of wrestling, pro wrestling, and some of the WWE stuff. And there was a group called Up Up Down Down. Well, there is a group called Up Up Down Down, but there was a group called The Party, which was a group of 4 wrestlers who were, because of COVID, playing Uno every week on their YouTube channel. This guy Craig oversees this Up Up Down Down channel, and through a series of I have a couple buddies, and we got connected, and we thought, wouldn't it be fun, like for the fans, if we did like an Up Up Down Down Uno deck, and then we could like put it in the content. And through a series of crazy things, because of people leaving and staying at the company, we end up doing the product, which was incredible. And then we released the product, and then they did a live Uno game, and they showed the product, and the fans went nuts, and everyone was happy. But it ended up being like the last time those 4 guys could do that thing, because one of the guys is no longer with the company. So it became this like kind of galvanizing moment for the fan community. And now all I'm seeing on Twitter and Instagram, which is making me very happy, are pictures of people receiving their Uno decks, talking about how cool it was to have this like souvenir for watching a year and a half of this incredible type of content that these 4 guys put together and built themselves. And it was like really cool just to be kind of like part of that story, because we didn't have to do it's not that hard.
Right.
It's like we were just the vehicle, the canvas to like let them tell their story. And it was like just such a cool thing. And that's why like Uno works and matters to people, because like people play Uno all over the world, and like friends play Uno. Like this represents this group of friends. And it was cool. I'm glad Cesaro wanted to make an Uno deck. Like it's rad.
But that's, again, that sort of like the Matsaki thing, that's very organic and very natural how that came together. And sometimes that's how it happens, right?
Right.
That's sometimes
100%.
But it's also kudos to you for seeing the opportunity, but also being able to champion that internally, to be able to be like, hey, look, here's an opportunity for us. How can we leverage it? Because sometimes that's the bigger challenge, is like you can have this crazy idea,
Right.
And internally, they're like, I don't know. I'm not so sure.
And that's the point,
right
right,
market.
Marty? That's the point. When you were saying like, how do you analyze what to do? Sometimes you have a plan, and then like plans, some things present themselves and some things they adjust. But like sometimes these things kind of happen in the world, and you're like, oh, let's do that. That's already happening. Like I don't have to create that. Like when we did Herschel Hot Wheels collaboration, because the Land Rover, it was awesome because it was like it was Herschel's anniversary. They're known for this Land Rover Defender. They're very in line with our Hot Wheels, kind of like car culture and the spirit of Hot Wheels. Like these are the great stories to tell, right? Where you can actually extend outside and have cool backpacks and cool gear, and it fits the Hot Wheels, and the Hot Wheels Defender matches the car of the owner. I mean, it was just like that's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
super
no. That
super hard to
sense.
do, but like that's where you're like, oh, this is just awesome.
Yeah, no, that's great. And actually, again, you couldn't have teed it up any better. And it's a good thing we rehearsed this beforehand.
We really did.
But the thing that you talked about that I thought was really interesting about all these different franchises and products is that you're trying to connect with so many different generations.
That's right.
Depending on the partnership or the franchise and what you called a multi-generational market. But I think what was really interesting is that outside there's, it makes sense with certain multi-generational markets, but there were some that were really just not obvious. Can you talk a little bit about those? Because I thought that was really interesting.
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Well, you're being coy.
The kidults.
Oh, the kidults. Yes. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Of course, I'm here for you.
We're family at this point.
Exactly.
The multi-generational part's important, right? And I think that's one of the benefits of working at Mattel is we have these incredible franchises that are multi-generational in scope, right? That like fans of all ages love these things. You think about Uno, Barbie, Hot Wheels, Master Universe, right? They have legacy, but they're also like there's young and old and all types of folks that enjoy it. So it allows you an opportunity to kind of tell stories of different segments of customers or whatever. But what's interesting on the kidult side is Mattel has been focusing on this channel called Mattel Creations that Jenny Kim is driving along with Richard and Dixon and everybody else. But it's this idea that there's this kind of collector kidult customer, right? That sometimes Mattel wasn't always catering to. And so that's where a lot of this stuff actually lives. And I'm so glad you mentioned that. But like, like if we're, we did Bape, which is a cool streetwear brand that I'm sure your son is aware of, and Uno on Monday, and we can put it on Mattel Creations, tell an incredible brand story, give a lot of great editorial content, give it a great home, and then sell stuff. And it like, we'll sell stuff in like, so that's sold out in 2 minutes, but it's like, it can be our hype site, but also kind of like the place where you can have creative conversations about kind of design and how creative meets creative and how you can make something really interesting that I think people like. And we talk about the idea of the kidult because there's this like hypebeast kind of kidult customer who is buying stuff that may be a little more scarce, often more scarce, a little bit more expensive, a little bit more artsy, a little bit more avant-garde,
kind of unique.
Yeah. It allows us to kind of be more creative and take a risk that's a little less, like a little mitigated, rather than having to hope that like everybody at Walmart will like this very maybe avant-garde idea. It's the wrong home for it. But like Mattel Creations is a great place to kind of highlight all the cool stuff we can do with our brands, but also these really cool brand stories and creative products that like, I mean, they're coming up with, they have RC, Tesla, Hot Wheels gimmicks and like Shogun skull. I mean, like I'm trying to get my hands on this. I'm actually getting up at 9 a.m. and buying the stuff myself sometimes. It's incredible though. It's beautiful that I mean, that's the thing, I keep saying this, but like Mattel's a cool toy company. Like sometimes it's okay. It's like really cool to be at a toy company. These are those moments where you're like, we can make awesome stuff. Like Ethan Woods, like this incredible designer, and I get to work with him and like be like, wouldn't it be cool if, and he can like make it. It's pretty cool.
But you guys are redefining what a toy company is now.
Right.
In today's marketplace that could have gone a different direction, right? It could have gone, you could have just kept doing what you were doing, relying on the existing franchises, the Barbies, the Hot Wheels of the world without really taking it to that next level and being more culturally, relevant in today's marketplace, which is really what you guys have done, is just taking that to that next level of embedding it into society based on what consumers are looking for, as opposed to trying to force what you wanted your brand to be on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of playing in the pop space. I mean, Barbie and Hot Wheels and Uno. I mean, Barbie's the #1 toy in the world. What they're doing is incredible. Like that team, I mean, and Hot Wheels is like, they're the #1 toy as well, sort of by volume. It's like whatever the stat is, like those two are incredible and they're growing. They keep growing and what they do, and it's just it's wild. And then you have Uno, which is like the top game in the world, like the #1 game in the entire world. So like they're doing by them doing what they're doing allows us to kind of be over here like tinkering on how can we also do like amplify that and tell other stories, because without them really driving a lot of the business, we wouldn't be able to mess around with some of this other stuff, But and by the way,
go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna say, I hope you notice I haven't sworn yet. I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
I wrote that down.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Although Patrick in the last session, I did hear a swear word.
He's allowed though. You told me not to curse. You told me not to curse. So I wrote it down on a sheet of
no
piece of
F-bombs,
paper.
please.
No F-bombs.
It's a family environment.
I almost just did it. That's why I mentioned it. I was so excited.
When you guys started doing these partnerships, you were doing like 2 to 3 per year, which at the time was like a huge deal because there was so much going on.
We were stoked.
Right? Exactly. Tell everybody now how many projects you have in the pipe and that you're currently working on simultaneously.
It's somewhere. I mean, we just had 3 come out, but it was 20. I think it was last week. It was around 20.
That's crazy. 20
is wild. So it's a lot. It's a lot.
And how big is the department grown?
Zero.
So,
but that's not a conversation we should be having in public. I mean, like, I'm
just curious.
I'm joking. I'm messing with you. I'm saying that like the part I think what happened is like, we were like, when did we had a focus on it, but then like all good things,
yes,
you manifest it. And then like Field of Dreams style, they show up and then you're like, oh great, I gotta have a baseball game. And then you got to do it. And it's great that we get the opportunity, but like, yeah, I mean, to your point, Marty, we had like 2 or 3 little things. We got a lot of things and a lot of them are big things. And but no, we have not scaled in the same way I think that we could.
Well, yeah, that's what I was curious. Is like, I mean, is it just the 2 of you now, or I mean,
so there's a larger franchise team. We don't do all the brands, right? But just for our lines of business, it's the 2 of us, along with helpers from other our consumer products partners and some franchise creative folks who are incredible and keep us afloat, and other teams social. But yes, from a day-to-day project management, deal making, I mean, we have our friends in legal, everybody else, but like, yes, there's 2 of us. I love how you said
that, our friends in legal.
Daria is my friend. But I mean, I think the point is that no, I mean, we have 2 people. We are, I say we are the get stuff done crew, me and Emily.
Yes.
But I swore when I told you that last time. Yes. We get stuff done. And I think that's, if you're in my former life when I worked at Getty and Wire, we could, if you were running a Sundance and doing, if you're in charge of an event like Sundance, you may have a couple hundred things happening simultaneously. So I got really good at
multitasking
and organizing and project management. Now you can't spend all day blocking and tackling because then you wouldn't have time to do everything else. But I think that understanding of ability to like just do it was helpful. And then having someone really good, like, I mean, I bring her up because like she's but like having a person like Emily Chow on my team who can keep the trains on time is like super important. Because if it wasn't for like our ability to work together and like make things happen, it wouldn't get done.
And, you talked about all these different stakeholders that you're dealing with, and it really, there's certainly a core of stakeholders. You mentioned legal and franchise and creative and so forth. But
and the toy teams, right? Like the toy team itself is a stakeholder, obviously.
Yeah. So there's just a number of different stakeholders that have to be involved and have their input. And it gets back to what we talked about earlier of, managing all of those different personalities, trying to get a deal done. And then you've got the whole other side and everybody on their team and the different stakeholders. So there's a lot of different stakeholders you're having to manage, both internally and externally.
Yeah, and just support, right? So like not all this stuff is our like partnership and collaboration is a portion of what we do in general. It's a big portion, but I think that and it takes a lot of time. But you know, you deal with cross-functionals in every meeting. Mattel's a very cross-functional company. If you're a manufacturing company at heart, you have to be to get anything made. And then if you keep extending out these brands into other lines of business, you have to work with other people from different groups. And our job as franchise is to connect those dots so that people are speaking the same language. So that's every meeting all day. And we do our best at it. You know, we don't always nail it, but we're here to, we try to support it and to keep driving the larger marketing goals to the end. You know, and I think, and seeing the long term, right? Seeing that like 5-year picture and saying like, here's how if we can, you know, try to walk in the same line so we can actually get to the successful ending.
That brings one of the quick things that we didn't talk about, but I'm kind of curious as we're talking now is like, when you mentioned that you're working with the toy division, right? And actually manufacturing, how does that, like, how much lead time do they need to actually, you know, take your crazy idea and put it together into something? I mean,
they're not taking my idea. They have their own people with better ideas. But like, you know, a toy calendar is a year and a half or so. And then you have a consumer products calendar, which is a year and a half to 2 years. So like all the different teams are doing some stuff. I think the idea is that like, we're all working with the same information.
Timeline. Got it.
So like if we have the approved style guides or approved images or assets, or we're all working towards the same stories and priorities. But like by no means, the Monster High folks don't need me to do anything. Those folks are incredibly talented, and I would just be getting in the way. You know, I'm just lucky if I get to give a note.
There you go. Well, I think we're getting up to time. I figured I'd check in with anybody if they have any questions for Andrew. Please feel free to use the Q&A button there. But in the meantime, while we get some questions coming in, here comes one. What are the 2 coolest, most rewarding partnerships you've done? Or just the coolest. What's been the coolest, most rewarding partnership you've done?
I think the Matsaki one was like, I felt like I could retire. I have one coming out.
Okay,
that I
probably can't talk about. Okay.
But if you give us a few weeks,
we'll come back and revisit.
I think if we do this again in like a few weeks or months, I think that one's the coolest one we've done.
The one you're working on that you can't talk about?
The one that's going to be coming out soon that I can't talk about, which is a horrible answer. But
did it come together organically similar to the Matsaki one, or was it a more, no, not at all. Can you talk about
it was authentic. It's 100% authentic.
Yeah.
But it was one of the hardest ones. It took a lot of pushing and it takes it took a lot of people working together to get it done.
Got it.
But when I can't talk about, but it is 100% authentic, and it is just like the Matsaki story, where it is ripped right from real life. But it is the most rewarding, and I think it's the coolest one that I've done. But that's all I can say. But beyond that, I think Matsaki to me feels like a huge accomplishment. Bape was a cool one that came out on Monday because it took us 2 years to do. You know, so it was rewarding to get it to be done, and it was great. I thought I think the Up Down Down Uno thing is just the coolest story. And this is the music when they talk you off the Oscars.
Right, exactly. But we do have the one last question, and that was, Ryan, just hold on 1 second. What was the most valuable quote, advice you received?
Yeah,
and shared with me about time and deals.
I will. So Janet Sue, who used to run franchise, I guess at one point she used to have this on her door, but she said, "Time kills all deals." And what that means is, like, if you waste time or if you let time happen and you lose momentum, that's like kryptonite. So I think she meant it kind of to light a fire, but it's also like, I've found that time has killed all of our, like, the ones that we needed. If we couldn't get a hold, if you start losing contact and communication and speed and momentum, it's over.
Yeah, you talked about momentum. Momentum is the one thing that you need to really continue to get the deals going.
Yeah, energy, because it takes a lot of work to do
right.
this. So if you got to make sure it's a priority.
Fantastic. Well, Ryan, I know you're here to pull us off at the end of the day, but Andrew, thank you so much for your time today and your insights.
No, thanks for having me.
It was great, and thank you to Brand Innovators for having Andrew and I today. And we'll let you go from there.
Andrew, Marty, appreciate your time. Really do. Thank you for sticking with us and closing out our event. So thank you very much. And to all of our speakers through the day and our listeners at home, want to just give a huge shout out for sticking with us and being here today on this Tuesday afternoon, morning, or even evening, as we learned that some of our guests were out over in Europe. It's very cool to see that we are having such a large impact all across the states and into other nations as well. So thank you, everybody. We're going to be continuing our live cast series next week on October 6th. That theme will be creative transformation. We hope to see you there. You can check out our website to see all the upcoming live casts that we have for the month of October. And if you're interested in speaking in any way, shape, or form, feel free to reach out to our team and ask us how you can get involved. Thank you, everybody. Have a terrific day, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thanks, everyone. Bye, Andrew.